which certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero touch approach, ensuring data purity and
towards net zero and others.
And beyond hype.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, folks. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the first Realcomm Live of the floor today. I have with me Anna Rawson, and we're going to talk about the big GSA announcement.
Yes, super excited.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Anna.
Yes, so I serve as the Chief Facility Technology Officer for the General Services Administration and Public Building Service. And we're just super excited about all of the energy and excitement we have to bring in our program with the announcement today. Having Administrator Carnahan here with us has been such a joy.
It's been really exciting. She announced 80 million.
80 million in smart building investment for our program, really just showing the confidence in where we have to take our buildings into the future and the different initiatives that we have under it. Yes.
Can you break them down a little bit for us?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So there are really there are 4 total initiatives. 2 of them really focused on more granular controls, one of them being ASHRAE 36 standards, which she touched upon in her announcement, as well as smart sensors, which we're looking to deploy in over 70 buildings. Then looking more towards the reporting side of things, so advanced meters. So we're looking to deploy over 1,000 meters in our inventory. Wow. And then lastly, and an area that I'm really excited about to bring it all together, a new unified user interface, really looking to focus around the operator experience and the different systems it takes to really manage a building day to day. So bringing these different systems into a one unified experience where they can then act on what's important for them.
Can we drill down? You mentioned the operator experience.
Yes.
When you think about smart buildings and what the GSA is doing, how important is that operator experience in your eyes? Because we talk a lot about occupant experience.
Right.
We don't hear a lot as much about the operator experience.
I mean, I think they're connected, right? To the extent that we have better visibility as to what the occupants' needs or what the demands of the occupants are based on what they're experiencing up front, then we're not reacting. We're able to more directly impact their overall day-to-day, right? And so whether that's a tenant comfort condition or just saving the taxpayer money, because in our particular case as a federal agency, our clients are other federal agencies. Right. So that's important to them too, or it should be.
So folks may or may not know this because the theme of the show, you might see it as beyond the hype.
Right.
And GSA has been doing this for a while. Can you give folks a sense of the data that you're already using for the operators? And then, because it sounds like to me that there's a lot of data there. Uh-huh. You're now going to give them more data, but then you're going to put some tools around that data to make that experience better?
That is the goal. So GSA, just a little bit more about GSA. We have about 1,700 owned facilities, and out of those, about 650 are network connected. And the data, really the data-rich component of our program is around our fault detection and diagnostic systems, GSA Link. We have about 93 million square feet connected to GSA Link, 125 million points every day, and growing year by year. So it all equates to a lot of information that helps us identify those operational inefficiencies that need to be acted upon. And we have some really great initiatives working with other partners in government and outside of government to really hone in and close that time that takes for us to act, including work with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, for example, Carnegie Mellon University, and then other partners that have really helped us grow the program.
So I want to go back to, you said 125 million points, and then you said you're going to do some smart censoring, and you're adding, do you not have enough data already?
This is a data-rich world, right? Like it's only going to keep growing. I think we're really excited about how many buildings we're going to touch through this announcement. We're estimating about 500 buildings. And I think we have plenty of data, but there's always more to clean. The more you reflect on what we have, the more that you realize other programs that we work with also benefit from it. So, yeah.
So that unified user interface that you spoke of, I guess in a way you have that 125 million, you could be adding more points. That's going to make the data more consumable for the operator of the building.
That's the focus, is the boots on the ground, if you will, at the building. I think that a lot of our objectives, agency and strategic objectives around aiming for net zero, it's not going to be from our people behind a desk at central office or something like that. It's going to be from our operators who day to day live this experience and how they can see how the building's operating, each piece of equipment in turn, and where they need to focus their attention and time in order to keep the building running for sure, but running optimally to meet our strategic goals.
Okay, so let me sort of break this down in my mind. You got around over 600. I think the administrator said you have over 650 connected
network
buildings.
Connected buildings.
And then on the other extreme, she talked about ASHRAE and guideline 36.
That's
Can
correct.
you tell us a little, because you're doing that on a small subset of the buildings, is that
right? So we have our Region 3 partners within GSA have tested ASHRAE 36 to a smaller scale. I think some evaluations by Lawrence Berkeley National Labs have shown as high as a 30% potential energy savings through that program. So we're really looking at that standard and really trying to lead the way using that standard to really help us meet our agency objectives. And I think controls, really the main point of this is driving more granular controls to help us meet our sustainability objectives alongside our other health condition objectives, like indoor air quality, for example, and trying to refine how we control the building for air changes and ensure balancing those two competing needs.
So I know we got a broad audience watching us here.
Sure.
ASHRAE, who are they? I mean, I know.
Yeah, they're actually local to Atlanta, so it's been really neat to actually visit them. I did that about a year ago, I think so. Yeah.
With their standards body?
They're a standards body, yes. And they have a number of different standards, but this one particular standard is one that caught our eye based on its alignment to our strategic objectives. So.
And it's using data to do, say, more granular. What do you mean by more granular?
So typically, building automation systems, you install them, they're really focused on a particular, say, zone. But now we're looking at taking those particular controls and diving in even further based on sensor-based data that is, but even closer to where the occupant is residing, right? So then I think it brings the possibility of not just controlling for a broader space, but trying to narrow in where you're actually needing to use that energy, so to speak.
So this started to make sense. You got on one side, you have all these meters that are coming into the building to look at the energy usage.
Right.
On the other side, you have this ASHRAE 36
right.
that gives you the more granular. And then so the smart sensors are going to give you more input into that ASHRAE 36?
Exactly. That's the point. Yes, that's a big piece of it. We need our smart sensor program. We're looking for it to address occupancy, people counting, as well as indoor air quality, indoor environmental quality, among other use cases for smart sensors. It's really just like the IoT of things. There's a number of different types of sensors. So the whole point is to identify where those key needs are within the facility and measure them in a more precise way.
So we've talked a lot about the technology and the user interface and the smart sensoring and the standards, but are you going to have robots running your buildings, or do we need different type of people, right? Yeah.
I mean, I think the skill sets, obviously, just like any other generation, the generations need to grow with the technology, right? And so there is some upskilling, I think, that needs to be continued to be at the forefront, and GSA is taking that very seriously. We've had Essentials of Technology training for over 1,300 employees last year. An additional 300 were trained this year. So really trying to bring up the organization to meet where we are and where we're going, which is really important because, again, these systems are not going to be run by robots, right? We're looking to pull away the time that it takes them through our systems, pull away those less impact time and put it into where they need to invest their time, identify those high value areas where time investment should go.
So it's going to be almost like a reprioritization of what they can do, because the tools are going to help them.
That's the root of technology, right? Serving as a tool.
Right.
Yeah.
So the tools are going to help them. So, and the minute or so that we have left, we had a big announcement today, $80 million, and it's about from the ASHRAE 36 up to thousands of meters going into the buildings. Where do you see this next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now? What do you think the biggest win is going to be?
Oh, there's so many wins to be had, but I think all of it needs to tie together. So in particular, I'm excited about the unified user interface, which we've announced, as well as the on the ground work that'll happen for our automation systems with sensors and more advanced meters. The advanced meters really to tell our story at the end, right? And I think we're in this tide right now where artificial intelligence and machine learning is really the buzzword of the industry, right? So looking at where it can also complement our workflow and empower our teams, just like the other initiatives that we're pursuing where it fits within our puzzle. And again, addressing the operator experience to in turn help the occupants.
So it sounds like, gosh, GSA is sort of setting the bar for the industry. I mean, is that one of your goals?
You know, I think we're focused on the work. I think we're focused on just, again, working with our IT partners that we're doing this in a way that is secure and cyber secure. I think that's another key component to this. Our excitement's all around, but we're going to only be able to do this together, really focusing on all of the priorities. So it's great. We're really excited.
So to wrap this up then, we've learned how the $80 million is integrated. You're bringing in more data, you're presenting it to the operators, you're using some standards. This is to make it better for the operator themselves, which will drive down operating expenses. I mean, one of the goals there. Do you have an ask for the industry?
I think the ask for the industry is really to talk to us about our sonic model. I think that is the bigger ask. Again, our administrator, we were so happy to hear her reference this around our sonic model being secure. Again, the first priority there is it being secure, open. So looking at non-proprietary solutions is really important to us based on our scale. Then looking at normalized data to bring this all together in a way that is efficient. Interoperable, and then finally, converge it onto our common network, which we already are doing and need to continue focusing on. So
awesome.
That's it.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time, and look forward to hearing the exciting stories from the GSA over the next decade.
Thanks for having us. Yay.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities,
maybe
the
helped
Verbrix
us, I'm
backend-
sure.
Yeah.
Maybe helped us with that. All right, thank you, and we're back. I'm Lisa Woods with Realcomm, and with me is Rob Teal, President of Global Solutions with Yardi Systems. Hi, Rob.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent. That was just such a fun. We were just talking about the general session. You guys did
Yes.
such an amazing job, and
Thank you.
it was fast paced. There were some surprises.
Yeah.
The lighting display and the low voltage energy usage was amazing, and kudos to you.
Well, thank you, thank you. Well, you were a speaker on the general session. You had some really interesting things to say about what Yardi was seeing. There are probably a lot of people watching this video at home that maybe didn't see the general session, maybe not here at the conference. Can you give us a recap?
Sure. Well, again, Rob Teal, my job in the company is to take care of our commercial clients. So commercial owners, investment managers, multinational operators, and most of my time at the company is spent listening to their enhancement requests, listening to their business strategies. And so what I talked about this morning was how does that influence our investment decisions in technology? There's always a roadmap, there's always a list of to-dos for the development team, but it's our clients who kind of steer us in the right direction. So if we kind of take a quick tour of asset classes in office, there's 20% vacancy, right? It's at 18.6% according to our Commercial Edge research group. It's not going down anytime soon. So what eats up that vacancy? What fills that void? And sometimes we talk about converting office buildings to multifamily, but it's a really tough engineering challenge to make that happen. One of the most immediate opportunities is co-working and flex, which makes up to about 2% of total office space today, has grown double digits the last year in terms of the number of sites. There's over 7,000 co-working sites in North America. There's 13,000 globally. And we anticipate that continuing to trend upward to the point where we think it could get to 10% of office stock could be co-working and flex to complement the traditional lease that's in that building. And I think that we also expect co-working and flex to be in every major building in the US, right? It is an important complement to existing tenants. They can use that amenitized space. Folks off the street can use that as well as a flexible option. And so that's the reason that Yardi's invested so much in the co-working space, an ERP system specifically for operators, a booking engine where you can book any conference room, event center online. And I think we'll just continue those investments. And if you've read the news recently, we've also made some investments in physical space, which is new for Yardi, but it puts us in the conversation of what is the future of office. And that's really why we're making these investments. We want to be part of that conversation. It's not all going to be co-working and flex, but that is a component of it. If you look at retail, industrial, multifamily, there's specific investments we're making in each of those. With industrial, it tends to be on the deal management side, doing the best deal you can. With retail, it tends to be, there's a lot of legacy applications still in the world of retail. They adopted technology earlier than most asset classes back in the 80s or 90s, and there's still these pockets that need to be replaced. So we find ourselves building deep functionality for retail into our core product. And then with multifamily, it's such a higher transaction volume than commercial, right? The residents moving in and out. And they tend to lead the way on what is the next tech trend for commercial. And so we're seeing a lot of interesting AI implementations. Our chatbot is powered by OpenAI, so natural language, natural conversation, empowered by OpenAI through our chatbot. So some really exciting things for each of the each of the asset classes that we're working on.
You mentioned in your presentation this morning about your clients, and I know that Yardi does a number of surveys, a big survey once a year, and so it has to affect the strategy. And of course, you're listening to clients and what they have to say and dealing with their issues and problems. What is it that you're hearing the most from the clients that you're talking to, and maybe some surprises, if there are any, from the surveys that you're conducting?
Well, the one thing they never call about is to tell you the system worked great today, right? They're usually calling because they have some challenge in front of them, right? There's some hurdle, and that could be a problem with our system. Hopefully it's not, but that, I feel like my job is, if you've got a major issue or a major opportunity, it's my job to get involved with clients. And so they don't call to compliment you on the system working every day, but they do call when they've got a major challenge in front of them. And usually what they want to hear is not that you can solve it on the phone call, but that you're going to take ownership with them. You're going to partner with them to get over that. And that, more than anything, influences our roadmap and our development stream. So it's something I'm really passionate about. I would not be happy if a day goes by where I'm not on the phone with a client. And it is how I spend most of my time at Yardi.
Yeah. Are you getting a lot of questions? You mentioned AI in the chatbot. Are you getting a lot of questions from clients about AI and how that's going to impact real estate and how that impacts them personally?
Yeah. And it's funny. It's not like, I need to solve this problem. Do you have AI to do it? It's more, my board is interested in where the universe of AI is heading. Can you speak to our board? Can you speak to my CEO? Can you? So there's a lot of education going on right now about AI. And what I'm trying to do with our teams is to make sure that any initiative that we have underway solves a client's problem, right? If we're not solving a problem, if we're just playing around with AI, that's helping no one, right? It's exciting because it's new and it's fun. But there needs to be a challenge that we're solving, and it should be a client challenge.
It shouldn't be a technology looking for a problem.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And honestly, I mean, we talked about that before. You kind of saw that with blockchain at this conference. There was this big buzz around blockchain 10, 15 years ago. It turned out to be a great tool for crypto and for banking, not as relevant maybe for this audience. And so we're being cautious on AI. I will say we're investing heavily. But we've just been very tactical about it. Our chatbots using OpenAI, lease abstraction, loan abstraction, vendor invoice abstraction. We feel like that industry hasn't changed in years, and AI is really helping us. And we've got some really cool things we're showing at the booth on abstraction. And then the final piece, Microsoft branded Copilot, such a great brand, and it really kind of illustrates what I think every software vendor should have, is a AI assistant that helps you do your job, right? And that's a tricky ROI. Like, are we building things that are really helping our clients? But I think we all know that AI can help you navigate better, can help you find the answer and summarize data quicker than you can yourself. So those are the three areas that we're really investing in AI: the chatbots, the abstraction, and then internal assistance, a chatbot for your users, if you want to think of it that way.
All right. Well, I know we're running out of time. I told you we would get on a roll, and then the time would just disappear. I guess my final question would be for your clients for the next 6, 9, 12 months. What is your advice to them in terms of their strategy for the rest of the year, and maybe first and second quarter of next year?
Yeah.
Anything in particular?
My advice to the clients is to reach out when you have a challenge, right? The way we build software is to partner with a client. There's not some secret black box where we're inventing the next cool thing. We have to have input from the clients. And my favorite call is, a CIO, a Realcomm advisory board member calling me and saying, I can't do this. I need your help, right? Can we partner together to do that? And so I don't have specific things to tell you what's going to come up in the next 12 to 18 months, but it's going to start with a phone call from a client, most likely.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know that that the best relationships are those that are partnerships.
Yeah.
And Yardi has been such a great supporter of Realcomm over the years, and you have truly been a partner for us. And I know we've heard from clients that they feel that partnership, and I think that makes all the difference in the world. So we look forward to talking with you again and seeing what else is coming down the pike.
Well, thank you for that partnership. We have a debt of gratitude to Realcomm for introducing us to this audience. It's a real benefit.
Well, thank you. Well, it was great having you. Looking forward to talking to you again soon.
Yeah.
And hopefully it won't be a whole year. Hopefully we'll talk to you again before then.
Great. Thanks so much,
Thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you, Rob. It was
Take
great
care.
having you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. And we'll be right back. All right.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future.
Brad, welcome to the show. It's really neat. It's a big stage, big crowd, big everything. And me and you, ironically, you're going to talk about big today. Isn't that cool?
Right.
So tell us, from your perspective, what is big?
Big is the Building Intelligence Group, and we are a cross-functional networking association that brings people together at a local level. So we looked out and we said, Realcomm is wonderful. We love being able to come here, but we only get this once a year. How do you go about having these conversations on a continuing basis in your own backyard? So that was sort of the genesis for Big.
Excellent. Yeah, I can't agree with that more, because I feel like a lot of times you're getting so many different things thrown at you at one time, and you're kind of, should I know what this is? Should I not know what this is? And so I think once you get into a peer network, you can settle down a little bit, you get more comfortable, and then you can really start to ask questions and learn things that you might not have learned just from watching something like that, right? So really cool there. And I think you guys have a specific mission statement on your website that I thought was really neat.
Yeah, and I really want to emphasize the cross-functional nature of our group, because it's about bringing people together who may not have been getting together in their own siloed organization. Telecommunications industry has Bixby, you've got ASHRAE, but if these people aren't coming together and having conversations about how we're able to work together to be able to make the building intelligent, then it makes it a little bit harder. So we wanted to try and accelerate the adoption of intelligent buildings, try and bring owners in that conversation in a safe space where they're not going to be feeling like they're going to get a sales pitch. And so it's important to get the end users, the practitioners, the solutions providers all together from all these different types of solutions and technologies and have conversations with each other. So sometimes that's just an informal discussion. Sometimes it's bringing in expert panelists and speakers. And we really let each chapter figure out what's the best for them, and that they are kind of having their own unique character and identity. It's really fun to see as these chapters are springing up around the country, all grassroots, all volunteer based, just how they decide to take that core DNA of Big and then turn it into their own.
Yeah, that's neat. So you're bringing in building owners, bringing in integrators, maybe bringing in suppliers, manufacturers, all these people to basically just have conversation around smart buildings, right? So you're getting it from various perspectives. And then you mentioned chapters. So it sounds like there's chapters across the country?
There are. Yeah, it started in the Twin Cities, and it really was just, hey, we've got a conference room. We can throw a little bit of food and beverage on the table and invite all of our friends. I'm going to invite my colleagues. I'm going to invite my competitors and your competitors and your colleagues.
Yeah.
Get everybody talking. Take the team jersey off when you walk through the door, and just be here to represent your ideas and have a great conversation about that stuff. So these chapters have been forming organically. Started in Chicago was our next chapter, and then down in Austin, Texas. And over the last several years, it's really been booming, kind of like popcorn kernels that are starting to go off.
Nice.
And so you have to go to the website to find out where our chapters are currently. Earlier this month, we had a chapter spring up, had their first meeting in the Bay Area, another one over in Cleveland, and we've got more of them that are on the books. We're talking to those people who are in those markets and are interested in trying to get their own chapter started.
Yeah, it's really neat. You and I met and talked about this interview and what we were going to do, and I hadn't heard of you, right? And I went on the website. It was all the information that I really needed to know was on the website. And then I was really happy to see that somebody that I know, shout out, Max Shirley, is the local Atlanta chapter. So I have full intentions of joining, but their name is. Does every chapter have a slightly different name, or?
No, but we are welcome to people who have a good brand identity that they wanted to try and use. So they call themselves So Be It.
Okay.
And boy, I should know what the acronym stands for. It's a clever acronym. They kind of got something going around the same time Big was getting started.
Yeah.
And we've been talking with them about it and making sure that we're not creating factions within all of these different groups that are coming together to have the same purpose and have the same vision. So they kind of already existed and did that. Our Boston chapter, Boston Smart.
There you go.
How could you not love that? So we try and encourage people to be a big brand chapter, but that's not what's most important to us. It's most important to us that we're getting people together and having the conversation.
Yeah, you guys just want to further the understanding of what we're doing, right? What are we really trying to do? With buildings, and it seems like I come to Realcomm and there's a new theme every year of something that we're trying to do better or different. And so you guys are just essentially just trying to take the noise out of that, simplify it, spread it across multiple channels of people, silos of people, and do it. So I think it's great. So what would make an ideal Big member?
It's really anybody who has any interactions with the intelligent building. And we really just want to encourage people to get out there and have the conversation, be a part of our chapters. So we're still young. We have been around for 6.5 years, and we're growing. We're learning along the way because we're all intelligent building practitioners. We've never started a nonprofit association before.
Right.
So we're getting a lot of great input from a lot of the people who have stepped up and said, hey, I know how to do that, or I want to learn how to do that, and I'm going to go ahead and lead and volunteer my time. So anybody can join and be a member. You don't even have to be a member to be able to come to the meetings. We want people in the door. So down the road, we'll push that a little bit more, but it's not a big emphasis right now. We just want people to be in the tent.
It feels really safe. Feels like from what I've heard, everyone just is wanting to further the industry. And so, what if someone wants to join though, and there's no local chapter? What do we do then?
We have a chapter liaison.
Okay.
He was Ben Disney, who helped start up our local chapter in Chicago. So as we've been growing, we've been putting some subcommittees together to help build out the organization, the nonprofit. So we look for somebody who's going to be somewhat entrepreneurial, has a good network, has a good understanding of intelligent buildings, and wants to try and take that to build that chapter out, and start with getting a few other people to be able to help. Many hands make light work. So getting more people together to help be a planning committee, and then just figure out who's got a space, who can sponsor some of the food and get the few meetings planned out, get some of the stuff posted on our website, and we've got a lot of great tools to help anybody who's interested in doing that.
Excellent.
We meet with Ben and with the other people on that chapter committee to show you some of the orientation, and we get all these leaders together quarterly and take feedback from everybody. Let's share some of the best practices. Let's share some of those things that would trip you up so that we can all learn from each other. And that's the best part of Big, I think, is being able to work with some of the top-notch talent from across the country, and being able to have these people who I call friends, and all collaborating together. We might work for companies that are competing against each other during our day jobs, but we still come together and try and elevate each other's game, try and inspire each other. I get really enthusiastic about that, and I feel really honored to work with those folks.
That's excellent. And I definitely encourage people to research it, look out, and consider joining. But this isn't your full-time job, right? You talked about different things, but you're an engineer, right?
That's right.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, nobody at Big is a employee of Big. It's all volunteer-based, all grassroots. So my day job, I come from the telecommunications, security, audio, video, low voltage side of the world, and immediately started going, well, why aren't these things talking to each other? And I've always taken my fearless naivety as a strength and gone, I'm just going to go ahead and push some of that. So it helped me push a little more into the intelligent buildings and learning more about controls and automation. And so now the company that I'm working for, KFI Engineers, and I made the move recently to go over there because we're unique as a consultant. We're going to do design, but we also come in and do controls programming for the clients who want that. And we think it's an important thing to do because we believe that controls shouldn't be a commodity, that it really works well as a professional services delivery. So by being able to go work direct to the client and help to understand what their needs are and take those owner requirements, and then that same engineer is going to place the order, and that same engineer is going to start programming, and then do the checkout on the project. It really helps to streamline that process, and helps to give the owner best value. And we like to work with owners who are interested in being able to run their systems. We hear a lot about people whose systems are captive and they can't get their data out of it and can't necessarily change set points sometimes. So we think we're solving that problem by being there to help enable and train those end users so that they can be successful on their own, and we can come in there and help provide support and service as needed. And we work together with a lot of those clients.
Yeah, sounds like a sound model. I think you're doing some great things. It's been really fun to meet you. How do people interested in Big or KFI Engineers find you?
Well, if you're here at the show, you can stop by our booth. We're over in the Partner Pavilion next to esteemed associations like BOMA and Ashby, and Stacks and Jewels is just around the corner. So people we try and work well with. We try and collaborate with a lot of other organizations, and we find that cross-pollination really just helps out both sides of the people who are collaborating together. And you can go to our website, buildingintelligencegroup.org, to learn more. You can sign up to be a member, sign up and get on a mailing list, sign up and tell us, hey, you'd like to start a local chapter if we don't have a chapter where you are. And if you want to get a hold of us, understand more about what KFI is doing, it's kfi-eng.com.
Excellent. I think that's a wrap. You agree?
Thank you, Rob. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great to meet you, and thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Enjoy Realcomm.
All right.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
You gonna go first? Wherever you want to sit.
What do you guys think? In the end or the middle of you guys?
Whichever.
I'm gonna sit over here. I can just look down at you guys. Yeah.
So this is a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
We have a live studio audience.
Yes.
Cameras over here.
Right.
So you know, if you want to speak to the camera, to the whoever's watching online. Rob's a seasoned pro.
Yeah,
right?
twice now.
Twice now. Okay. Twice now. So this is our countdown clock. Rob's going to keep an eye on it. We're out here too, just in case. We don't have to. Just if it's flashing red and you guys aren't done, that's okay. We can go over a couple minutes. We can go over under. We always catch them. So Annalisa here is going to count you down, and Rob's going to, just let him do most of that heavy work, and she's going to count you down, and then as he starts to wrap it up, she's going to wander back over here. When you sign off, just kind of sit there and smile until she gives you the thumbs up. That means the camera stopped rolling.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Ready?
Yes.
Yep. Ready.
Okay, good.
Gentlemen, welcome to Realcomm Live. How neat is this? This is like the really neatest, coolest backdrop. I think it's pretty neat that Realcomm does this and allows you guys to share your message. And how's the show been so far?
Yeah, it's been a great event so far. The whole industry, smart buildings coming together, technology, sustainability, great theme. So great so far.
Very good. So Honeywell just released a solution called Connected Power, which from my understanding can help save energy by controlling and managing plug-in power usage at the outlet level. Tell me a little bit about that. That sounds pretty intriguing.
Yeah, it is. So Honeywell's in a unique position of having a wiring device and a building management solutions business, and we merge those two together. Because if you take the energy stack within a building, for decades now we've been controlling the HVAC and the lighting, but the plug load has become something that is just not controlled at all. There are some small residential plays in the space to try and cut things off when they're not being used. But this truly is an automated way that you can schedule, control centrally, one building, one floor, an entire estate of buildings, and really scheduling that when the appliance that's plugged in is not being used, you switch it off. And very simple, when something's not being used, why have parasitical or vampire loss of energy? So really, really excited around the energy savings that we're seeing in such a untapped part of a building's energy profile. And now through the Honeywell BMS, you can control 95% of your energy footprint within the building.
Wow. I was talking to someone earlier in your booth, and they said that they have a use case where they save 50% of the plug load, and that's pretty impressive, just kind of right out of the gate. It's pretty neat. Any other really good use cases that you guys are excited about?
Sure. So wherever you've got intermittent use and high energy draw, that's the sweet spot. So something that's high energy load and it's not used constantly, that's where you're going to get the biggest savings. So each socket, not every single socket's going to give you a saving because some are continuously used. But that's the real sweet spot. But the other benefit of this is it's actually a life safety device as well. So the socket has 37 different points of information. One of them is temperature. So in the US and globally, there are thousands of fires that come from sockets every year. So the BMS now, you can set a high limit temperature for that individual socket, and it guarantees that the socket will safely switch off if it ever gets to that high threshold. So wonderful cases around that it's not just sustainability, it's also a life safety offering too.
Wow, that's impressive. Key verticals, what does this product cater to?
Sure. So education, hospitality, healthcare, we're seeing a lot of uptake in those areas. And commercial real estate, the normal office space is key too. And again, just re-stressing that theme is when a building's not in 24-hour operation, this is where the connected power offering really can deliver savings.
Very neat. And I think you've talked about, heard casinos and hospitals. You guys have.
Yes, so the casino one's an interesting one. Nothing to do with sustainability, but now that you can measure current voltage, ampage at the individual plug socket level, casinos are actually monitoring the operation of their machines. So the slot machine now, there's a clear energy pattern when it's being used and a different energy pattern when it's not being used. So that data of usage is helping them optimize their floor space coverage, actually where they put slot machines. So this is becoming a real big data application for them. And then in hospitals, it's the converse. There's certain appliances within a hospital you never want to switch off. And the facility manager wants to know when that is being switched off. And then the third part is knowing what the energy profile of what's plugged in. You can see a change in that energy profile means often there's a maintenance need. So it's a critical piece of infrastructure within the hospital. Knowing that it's got a maintenance issue before it goes down is of value to the facility manager too.
That's impressive. So you can control it to make sure that you turn it off if it needs to be turned off, but then you can also monitor it to make sure that if it needs to stay on, it stays on. And you guys have a full display over the booth, so if people want to know more about connected power, they can go right over to the booth, right?
Yep, there's a full working unit. So yep, super excited around the launch. And today is officially the first day of the product being launched in North America. So exciting day for Honeywell.
Congratulations with that.
Thank you.
Krishna, let's transition to you a little bit. So Honeywell Forge, obviously very impressive. For those that don't know what Forge is, tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Honeywell Forge, the way to look at it is it's a comprehensive approach for us to develop software solutions that can have value-added outcomes for our customers. As part of Honeywell Forge suite, we have Performance Plus, Sustainability Plus, Cybersecurity Plus as offerings. And there are multiple applications underneath each of these suites that cater to different industries and verticals. If I take an example of Performance Plus, we have asset performance management and process optimization. They serve the industrial sector. And we have predictive maintenance that is very specific to buildings and focused around HVAC system optimization. And if I look into sustainability, there is emissions management, again, serving the industrial sector. And there are multiple applications from carbon and energy management to give the visibility of energy usage and carbon footprint of our buildings. And then EV market is picking up. We are integrating that EV into our BMS system so that we can optimize more. And also we have Power Manager, which is the grid solutions. Mini grid solutions are coming up to maintain the resiliency of critical infrastructure. So we can integrate that. And last but not the least, what Steve talked about, connected power, right? Plug loads is increasing. If you look at different verticals, they have the load is distributed differently. So we can connect to connected power and optimize across the board at a system level.
Excellent. So Forge is that top layer. Sounds like you can buy what you need, use what you need, right? So it's like it's a suite of things that all work together. Connected power that just got released today works quite well with it, right?
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit about what industries you're in. So I know you guys can do forges in aerospace, government, healthcare, manufacturing, but we're at Realcomm. So let's talk specifically about buildings and what outcomes can Forge deliver within a building.
Yeah, so if I look at Honeywell Forge and Forge for Buildings perspective, there are 6 outcomes that we are driving to provide for our customers. Operational efficiency is one. We have safety and security. Of course, cybersecurity is part of it. Compliance with sustainability as a goal. Sustainability in itself is an outcome, right? So all these outcomes are available for the customers. There are multiple applications that feed into these outcomes to provide that solution for the customer. And if you look at, if I take an example of sustainability and operational efficiency and occupant experience, they all are interlinked, right? Impact of how an occupant behaves or comfort controls the occupant wants, your sustainability goals might be impacted, right? So maintaining the balance across all these outcomes is important. And one of the key things that we have at Honeywell Forge is we have that data layer that is common. And most importantly, common data models where we can talk to individual assets and balance it out when we do the optimization.
Now, we've clearly learned today that the power is in the data, and data is what we're after, what we're looking for, and once we get the data, we're really good. So how about building decision makers? What would they like about Forge and just from a day-to-day approach?
Yeah, so two critical outcomes that we are driving and a lot of traction from the customers is operational efficiency and sustainability. From operational efficiency perspective, there is a lot goes into maintaining the assets in the building. Technicians will be walking around and doing the regular checks. We digitized all of that as part of predictive maintenance. And we also provide analytics to give not only a fault detection, but also advanced analytics to tell what is wrong with the asset. So you can remotely triage rather than spending hundreds of hours on the shop floor. You can take care of the service cases in a much efficient way. So that's on the operational efficiency standpoint.
I love it. My personal feeling, operational efficiency is overlooked. I think that there's so much to save there, and you just got to concentrate on it just a little bit. Thank you so much. So Stephen, hearing a lot about the cloud as well. A lot of that here. So what's Niagara Cloud, and what outcomes does it enable?
Yeah, it's certainly exciting times for sure. What Niagara Cloud really does is it augments the existing capabilities that the Niagara framework provides today and extends those to the cloud in a meaningful way that is all about empowering our system integrators' workflow. It's about reducing the amount of time that they spend to complete a job, but more importantly, ensuring that when they complete that job, it's done in a consistent, scalable, and more importantly, secure manner. That's one of the most important things. I think you mentioned data. It is the new oil. I mean, that's what it is. And to that end, we also have another suite within our Niagara Cloud portfolio that is focused purely on how do you get data out of an instance in a reliable, secure fashion. But even more importantly, it's all semantically enriched. So those tags, those essential relations, the actual meaning, the metadata that will empower this new generation of machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms, we are paving the foundation today for that. And the reason it's so exciting is, for example, you take some of the value that connected power is going to provide, and you take that with your HVAC and everything else that you have in your building. This is really the dawn of the new age. When you take all these offerings together, it's truly a compelling offering.
Excellent. So we got about 30 seconds. Moving to the cloud sounds scary for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Is it really that scary? Is there an easy way? Is there an easy migration path?
Yeah, that's exactly what we had in mind when we built out Niagara Cloud. Is we wanted to take all the traditional labor that does come with extending a BMS or really any building system into the cloud. It's about, again, reducing that time that you spend securing your instance, because believe it or not, certificate rotations, providing the right encryption and authentication schemes, that actually can take time and it requires expertise. We're providing that all out of the box for you. And of course, it's all under the whole notion that we're going to save you time, but we're going to ensure we're doing it in a scalable and secure manner.
Excellent. I love it. Folks, that's good for us. The folks from Honeywell, Connected Power, Forge, Niagara Cloud. Thank you guys so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Rob.
Big upgrade with the background this year. No, it looks compared to last year. I mean, last year was like.
You all right, buddy? I wish I had water.
Is that?
I wish I had some water.
Take out
Wait, is that yours?
Yeah. MLF cooties. All right, let's go. Get a sip.
I have cooties. Come on, buddy.
I'm coming. You guys really upgraded the background this year. Yeah, it looks good.
All right.
Big.
Here we go again.
Big change from last year.
Where do you buckle your thing, on your belt or on your pocket?
What?
This thing.
Just leave it right there. It's on my belt.
Kind of bigger and better.
The lights get a bit brighter.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Blinding
Well,
up
you know,
here.
when we're setting this whole thing up and we're talking
Okay, why don't you
about
back
it,
up
watch
just
us
a
watch-
bit so I can.
Watch America's Got
Oh, wait a minute.
Talent. And we're like,
Can you move over?
America's Got Talent.
Move over.
Well, no, I'm straddling this.
All right, I'm here. I'm
So
over.
how do you want facing forward?
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso. How many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso. How much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso. What is the net effective rent of the FADX deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2021.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh boy. Should we do a mic check first? Hello. Yep, it's on.
Hello? It's pretty loud.
All right. Hi, my name is Greg Haberstick, and I am part of the senior leadership team at Real Foundations. Today, I'm here with Tom Taddeo and Ken Fisher from Kimco Realty. Tom, can you tell me a little bit more about Kimco and about your roles there?
Sure. Well, good afternoon, Greg. It's great to see you again. Tom Taddeo, CIO at Kimco. I'm joined by Ken Fisher, our CTO. Kimco is an open-air shopping center. We have about 569 assets representing about 101 million square feet. We have 650 associates and 17 offices here in the U.S.
And you also have a very growing mixed-use portfolio as well.
Yes, we do.
So over the last 4 years, Kimco has partnered with Real Foundations on two very large transactions. The first one being the merger with Weingarten Realty. So can you tell us more about the acquisition of RPT Realty and working with Real Foundations?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Greg. So RPT Realty is a company that we announced the acquisition back in September of 2023. And that portfolio consisted of 65 open-air shopping center assets representing about 13 million square feet. We worked with our Real Foundations previously on our Weingarten merger, which helped us develop a playbook that was instrumental in the acquisition of the RPT portfolio.
Great. So as part of this acquisition, were there any non-negotiable items that affected the acquisition as well as the integration efforts?
Sure. Well, not only were there a number of non-negotiable items, so the first one being the time. So we had exactly 100 days in order for us to integrate this portfolio. We announced it in September, and then we were closing on it in the first part of January. So you have that complexity of time coupled with the fact that we are a public company. We needed to close our books and close the year for 2023. So you had that on top of executing against this portfolio. And there were really three keys to the success of that project. The first one being this playbook that we had developed with RF back during our Weingarten acquisition. And that was really key because not only did it establish a set of processes, but it also established a governance model for us to execute the acquisition, the merger of this information, the systems, the people, the processes. So key number one was having a very strong playbook that we were able to leverage coming out of our Weingarten acquisition and then use it for the RPT acquisition. The second one were the people aspect. So we had developed, working with your team, this IMO structure, which was an integration management office. And that really brought together key leaders from not only our business operations, our human resources, and our IT teams. That formed the basis of our IMO. And then more broadly, we had key stakeholders from each of the functional areas, which also were a part of this integration management office, responsible for executing the different parts of this transaction. And then the fourth one was our technology and being able to leverage a lot of the tools and capabilities that we had developed during the Weingarten acquisition and bring those forward into RPT.
So clearly with the technology, with the timeline that was that tight, technology was going to play a very key role in being able to meet that tight deadline. So Ken, why don't you tell me a little bit about the technology and tools that Kimco leveraged to move that amount of data between systems?
Sure, and thanks for having me, Greg. So, at Kimco, we, as you mentioned, we went through the Weingarten merger, and we made a concerted effort to use AI in terms of helping us process the volumes of data in a timely manner and an efficient manner. And when RPT came along, we had the opportunity to refine those tools and to put them in place and to make use of them as part of the RPT merger. So in the first example, when you look at Kimco, we're a very integrated organization. We use MRI and Salesforce, and those two systems are fairly interlinked. A lease doesn't get into MRI unless it goes through Salesforce. Our entire lease workflow runs through Salesforce from LOI to lease execution. So putting leases directly in MRI would not have worked in this scenario. We were dealing with 3,600 leases coming out of RPT, and we did a time study with our people and said, if we sat down and we did this manually, how long would it take us? We came up with about 1.5 to 2 weeks of human beings sitting there typing things into our Salesforce system. Fortunately, we had AI, and we were able to deploy that tool for us. And we kicked off the loading of leases into Salesforce on Friday afternoon, and we were done on Sunday at noon.
That's really incredible. And as part of these types of transactions, data validation is always critical. What kind of tools did you leverage to speed up that data validation?
Similar tools to the data load. It's just having the AI perform a different function. So, just like the 3,600 leases, we were dealing with about 1.2 million rows of data. And to Tom's point, we had 100 days to get it done. Wasn't going to happen if we were going to do it manually. So we were able to use our AI tools, our AI bots, to do a side-by-side comparison from the legacy RPT data over to Kimco's MRI system, line by line through 1.2 million rows. Still had our people sitting on top watching what was happening, checking out any variances, making sure everything was operating effectively. But again, these types of activities don't get done in the time that we were talking about without the use of technology.
Yeah, and one of the key tenets throughout all of this was trying to minimize the disruption to operations. So it was critical to use tools like this to speed up the process. So now that Kimco's had 2 very successful transactions under their belt, what are some key takeaways that you can share with the industry?
I think a key differentiator for us has been this playbook that we developed. We formed the basis of that during Weingarten, and then we really expanded and built on it. And then even post-transaction, we went back to it and said, where are the areas, where are the opportunities where we can improve it even more? So I think having a very strong playbook, a roadmap for the team to follow. It wasn't just a technology roadmap. It was really for every single functional area. It had just a very complete set of documents, set of plans that people could follow, and very strong communication amongst the teams. That was another area that was very successful. And one of the keys was just a very strong communication plan throughout the project so that everyone knew what was expected of them, what they had to execute, and what the status was.
And as part of that acquisition playbook, I think what was key is in the integration management office, every department leader had their own project plan, which was managed as overall as part of its IMO that fed into a larger overall project plan. So having that sort of structure around this engagement, it was, as you said, first generated during the Weingarten project, further refined on RPT, and it's ready to go for the next one.
Yes.
And I would add, it's not just about the playbooks, it's about the people. And it's not just about Kimco. we don't do this on our own, and we would not have gotten this done on our own. You need partners like RF that know our business, know what we do, and know our people. You need partners like MRI and their data, our back-end system, to work with us on getting data into the system. And all those pieces come together. If those aren't working together, then these types of activities, these types of projects, they don't get done, and they certainly don't get done in the time that we did it.
Well, we certainly value that partnership that we've been able to create, and we look forward to continuing that in the future. So thanks for spending time with me today. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's
Good afternoon and welcome back to Realcomm Live. Pretty excited to be here this afternoon. We got a really good subject. We're going to chat a little bit about AI and cybersecurity, talk a little bit about Microsoft and what you guys are doing. I've got Mona Gaderi, I think I got that right.
Absolutely.
And Dennis Sechik to talk to you guys this afternoon. My name is Greg Fitzpatrick. I'm with the Real Estate Cyber Consortium Executive Director. And let's kick this thing off. I'd like to start off with AI, right? Hot topic. This one is for you, Dennis. Do you feel that companies are rushing to jump into this AI craze without really doing their proper due diligence when it comes to cybersecurity and how cyber is affected by implementing AI?
From what I've seen, the AI craze does capture, companies to want to go in, head first without doing their due diligence. But what I would recommend for companies that are doing that is, take a step back and try to understand what capabilities exist in these AI technologies. See how they apply to your business by listing out your business use cases after you learn about it, and then creating a strategy around it. A strategy will help you follow a certain guideline in trying to be successful in its implementation. So I think that as long as you take a structured approach and you're not just going into it blindly, whatever you adopt, whether it's AI or a different type of technology, as long as you take this fundamental approach, I think your chances of success will be greater. But yes, I do agree, or I do see companies going in head first because it's all this craze. They think it could do it for them. But take that structured approach is my recommendation. You'll see your odds of success go up.
So when you're talking AI, are we talking about creating new teams within your organization, like a AI
Maybe.
governance team, or
Definitely governance. I mean, I don't know if AI needs its own governance team, but definitely it needs a whole software development lifecycle, right? The same as that we treat like an application being built, we have to do the same things. Who are the users who are going to have access to this? What access do they have? How is that audited, right? How are we QAing the work that they are doing? And then how are we assessing, in my world, right, I talk a lot about Microsoft, but then how are we assessing what people put in the prompts, what they take out of them, right? What are all the other kind of non-infrastructure related things we need to think about in addition to, what data are we plugging in? What data is going in the data lake? So I think kind of taking that coupled approach of, governance needs to be both about the users and about the data.
Right.
And trying to think about permissions as part of that is a really, really good plan to move forward.
so it sounds like data governance is part of that whole strategy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And data governance, like I said, really needs to touch everything from retention. Are we keeping the prompts? Are we keeping the answers for the prompts? How long are we keeping the data that goes in the models, right? Do we give people all the time access to sometimes access? Is it like Cookie Monster says, cookies are a sometimes food?
Right.
I think something like that is a much better approach than saying you can use this for anything, anywhere, anytime. Because what we see in customers who go down that kind of adoption route is that the cost ends up overrunning the return on investment that they could potentially get, because people are treating AI more like a Bing search or a Google search than they are like, how do we structure a prompt that anyone can use in the entire organization that would give them, repeatability time over time, right?
Right. So are you guys seeing that organizations are starting to develop policies around governing AI?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the big thing that I've been seeing is not only that do they want the controls, from a legality perspective, but they want it implemented in the tools themselves, right? And they're not happy just saying, oh, I have this, risk register and I put something on the risk register. They're very much looking for a broader conversation with a lot more depth than I think people would have done even like a year ago.
Yeah. So you're with Microsoft, right? And a lot of our owners out there are using the Microsoft stack. What are you guys doing when it comes to cybersecurity for Copilot and the remainder of that stack?
Yeah, so I'm a Microsoft MVP, so that means I'm one of the top contributors in the world to making Microsoft tools and products better. And a lot of the work that I do is specifically to cybersecurity tools and processes and procedures. And what Microsoft has done in the last 5 years is unparalleled with any other company in the world. I've never seen a company hire more cybersecurity professionals and throw more money at a cybersecurity problem than Microsoft. And that includes my time working with the US government. And so when I think about what Microsoft is doing with AI, right, they've made a really strong partnership with OpenAI, right? And OpenAI is that kind of IKEA furniture style, I'm gonna build my own cabinet approach to AI, right? I'm gonna do the DevOps myself. I'm gonna do the training of the model myself, right? And in some really specific use cases, it makes a lot of sense to do that. But what I find more, and especially with, in the real estate industry, is that people's expertise is in real estate. It's not in cybersecurity. It's not in DevOps. It's not in these kinds of things. So Copilot for Security is Microsoft's answer to, I want the cabinets installed for me. I want to focus on what goes inside the cabinets, not building the cabinets themselves, right? Absolutely. And when you think about that problem being about what you want to put inside the cabinets and not building the cabinets themselves, it's much easier for me to come to you and say, let's not talk about what the infrastructure we're building. What needs to go in these cabinets? We need tall ones, we need short ones, are we putting cereal boxes in them? Are they tin cans, right? It makes a huge difference to
cabinetry we would even build. And so that's the conversation Microsoft is trying to have with customers. What do you need to put in your cabinet? What does the size of it need to be? What are you trying to do with it, right? And then ultimately, like, how long are we going to keep things in the cabinet, right? Because a bad can of soup is just as bad as bad data, right? You're going to have the same. Somebody's going to have a stomach ache over it, whether it's physical or emotional, right?
Right.
So I think what Microsoft is trying to do is give you that answer of what do I want to put in what do I want to put in the cabinet first. They've also kind of taken this approach to say Copilot should be an embedded experience, right? I should meet you where you're doing your work.
Right.
So whether that's Microsoft Word, Excel, or the Microsoft security suites, right? Like Sentinel, Defender for Cloud, Microsoft Purview, Intune, right? This embedded experience is coming directly to where the user is trying to do their work. So if you had someone who is, for example, using Copilot for security, and they wanted to look at Purview data, right? They could use it in two places. One is the standalone experience, and one is actually right where they're doing their insider risk bad baddie investigation, right? And I think that's really unique to have both experiences, because if you look at CrowdStrike or you're looking at some other security tools, they're really only able to reason over their own data sets, right? It's very concise. It's very down to the plugin, right? But what Microsoft is trying to do is say, this is an open ecosystem. And you can bring those data sources in and reason over whatever data sources you want in whatever tables you want. So you're getting a much broader answer too in what Microsoft is doing versus standalone AI being plugged into a cybersecurity tool or even like a Microsoft productivity tool. So it's almost like you have these two Venn diagrams and you're getting the best of both when you're thinking about cybersecurity with Microsoft.
Nice. So let's talk about nation state and hackers and all that good stuff. Hackers are starting to become more and more advanced in using AI tools to develop ways to, get into your built environment, right?
Yeah.
So are organizations, or should organizations start thinking of using AI as part of their cyber strategy?
Right? I think absolutely there are three places where cybersecurity can take advantage of AI. One is this idea of context. What else is happening in the context of this particular alert, right? Has that user seen other, have you had other incidents for that user? Is there other enrichment, right? We can bring from other data sources into the security conversation. So that's one place where AI and cybersecurity is a really good match. The second is, what should I do about it? Make a recommendation, right? What could I do if I wanted to, go so far as to change down to the registry keys in Intune for this particular MDM setting?
Yeah.
Right. So Copilot can give me the answers faster than I can look in the Microsoft Learn documentation.
Oh, wow.
Right. And I think the third place is, where is the data going next? Right. So almost every case, right, either the investigation is going to a case management system, it's going into a board report, it's going into a Teams channel, right? There's no one better than Microsoft to think about where the data goes next, right? Because where you get that data or the recommendation you're giving is not the end state. The end state is, what are you doing with it next? Do I have a war room? Do I want to plug all this data into my war room for my active live investigation? Maybe, right? Or I may want this to be a weekly email that goes to my senior leadership, right? You can have that customization and that ability with Microsoft in a way you really don't get from other platforms.
Yeah. So we've got about 30 seconds left. Dennis, final thoughts when it comes to cyber and AI?
Look, I think any bad actor out there is going to equip themselves with the latest and greatest and cutting edge technology. We want to know, what tools are out there that attackers could use so that we could properly defend against it, or even equip ourselves with like capability so that we could defend ourselves against it. We really leave no stone unturned. We want to know what's out there, what the capabilities are, so that we could be in a position to protect ourselves.
Absolutely. How about you?
Oh man, this is some of you guys have heard me talk before, probably have heard me say this, but you can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Absolutely.
So every time you're thinking about putting data in your AI, think about the quality of that data. Because if you're expecting chicken salad and what you're putting in is chicken shit, you're going to have a bad time with AI, and you're going to look at this and say, this AI is a piece of junk, right? When in the actuality, either the question, the answer, the way the question was asked, right, or the data itself is actually the problem. So think about the quality of the data you're putting into your models or into your operations first, and then think about whether the result was good or bad.
Absolutely. Garbage in, garbage out. And with that, I'll say goodbye. And thank you for having the time and spending the time chatting about this today. It's been really enlightening going on this AI journey and taking it all in, right? It's been like drinking from a fire hose, and sounds like Microsoft has figured out a lot of what's going on.
We're doing a Blue Voyant summer camp. So I work for a company called Blue Voyant. If any of you guys are interested in learning more about Copilot for security, you want to delve into more of what the Microsoft equivalent of the security stack is like, you can go on our website and check it out. It's really, like I said, meant to be educational and meant to help people make better decisions about what they want to do next. So thanks for your time.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
And then I'll point at you. That's your line, okay?
Okay. Just 1 minute.
Are you in?
Yeah.
My notes. Hey, hello everyone. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I am glad to be here on the Realcomm live stage with our Realcomm co-chairs. So to my immediate right, Sundar Papu, Senior Vice President, Head of Technology for Inland Real Estate. Next, Helene Stein, Senior Vice President and CIO for Brixmor. And over to the far right, Sohail Porshemi, Executive Vice President, Business Technology at Brookfield Property. Welcome, chairs.
Thank you, Cal.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to thank you all for the time, the energy, and the effort that you all gave to all phases. I know we're still early in on the conference, but I think of probably all the unexpected calls and emails and things that were asked of you, especially in preparation for the general session, which we just completed a couple of hours ago, and I think just went swimmingly. It was fantastic. Thank you all. I wish, on one hand, I know you didn't get a chance. I wish you could have actually seen it, because it really was well done. It was really inspiring. So for you, the folks that are listening in, we completed a couple of hours ago general session of the conference where our CEO Jim Young hosted a discussion with our Realcomm and IBCon chairs, and you're going to be hearing from them also a little bit later on, that focused on the big topics impacting our industry. So first of all, let me just ask you, Sohail, how did you think it went this morning?
I thought it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, really good group of people together. I think there was a lot of cohesion. Yes, we did prep, but we were changing it to the last minute, and just the conversation flowed really well, and everybody complimented each other. So yeah, it was really good.
What do you think, Helene?
I thought the same thing, that it was a lot of fun, and it's really interesting that in all different asset classes, we're all dealing with the same types of issues and challenges, and the willingness to share those experiences amongst the whole community is terrific.
Sundar.
So from my perspective, the flow of, like, you know, Eileen starting saying blow everything up to the very end to say, you know, we need to actually, you know, look at the data strategy, have an AI strategy, then build on that, and then the risk and rewards of actually driving some of those things. The flow of that particular session was pretty well done. So, you know, based on everyone's input, and, you know, as Sohail mentioned, like till the last minute.
And it's really funny because we were just in alphabetical order.
Right, and that's
so, and it still flowed perfectly.
Exactly. Yeah.
It did. And one of the remarkable things that I noticed, and I noticed this yesterday in the CIO roundtable with that opening session, I know there wasn't a lot of formal prep for it, but I saw the chemistry between you three, and the way and the ease in which you guys really were able to, you know, share your perspectives and share your insights, and just have, I thought it was a very easy flowing conversation that really hit the high points of what we were trying to focus on. Really, how a CIO can really elevate themselves, to the executive, table. It was, and I felt that same kind of ease with the entire group this morning. So you all shared some insights, key topics, and challenges, and then had some closing takeaways for the audience. So let's just take a couple of minutes and maybe just kind of review some of the things that you discussed this morning, and maybe starting with Sohail.
No, for sure. Look, like one of the things I'll add to what you were saying is that it's very common that we're all tackling the same challenges, and I believe that's what you're seeing, that cohesion between everybody, and this forum is perfect for that. One of my closing statements was around being curious, and I think part of that is, people need to come out there, meet with your peers, meet with us, meet with the vendors and your partners, and we all collectively, we're all in the same, everything is the same. We're same challenges, and I think we together, are a bigger unit that we could, do transformation. You're not alone in this, and that's really the message that I wanted to give to people.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about our community is I think a lot of our folks are, especially our CIO group, once they've been in, kind of involved for, a year or so, or been in events, sat on panels with you guys, they feel like they can open up and they can share, and they can, that people are listening and they can share their concerns. I think it's special. Yeah. So Elaine, what were your thoughts?
A couple of things. One, again, we're all facing the same challenges. We're in an environment where we have high interest rates, but it's also an exciting time in that there's a lot of innovation. AI is beyond the hype. It's real, and we're all trying to figure out what our strategy looks in incorporating it to actually solve business problems, not to chase the shiny object. We all have a lot of data, and it's not all good data, and figuring out how we incorporate it into our AI and BI strategies. And also, though, we have increasing cyber risks. So how do we balance innovation, the risk rewards in a budget-conscious, resource-constrained environment, and still produce and help drive the business strategy? And it's an exciting time. I think, Jim in the beginning of the session showed an iPhone from back in 2001, and where we are today, the iPhone was a game changer, and I think AI is going to have that same imprint on the future of technology.
So AI is not Apple intelligence, so let's make that clear.
Yes.
Even though Jim actually showed the iPhone on there. So the way I basically, I'll continue on what I said. AI is here to stay. It is not something that even if we don't embrace, someone is going to do that, take that and take it forward. And one of the things that I actually look at is how can you actually harness that power? And these are some of the things that we are looking at, right? So how would I actually talk to you briefly about some of those things is how can you actually take this AI, put it into a box, and then basically be able to take everything that will actually help you drive from a workflow perspective or a task perspective. And that's where the future is. And that's where you need to actually aim for, not I talk to, I get a result. That's not what we should be looking at, because that's the past. We should be looking at some of these things where it can actually help taking from point A to point B, completing all the tasks. That's where I see the future.
Yeah.
And that's all we work through.
It struck me, and I knew that they were doing this when Sandeep this morning from CBRE talked about the hackathon, where they had 500 folks from not just from technology but from the business units, actually creating, creating use cases and apps. I mean, how do we? And I think about this a lot. How do we drive that education and create those upskill, opportunities in our organization, which I think is going to be. I think it's always been important, but now with AI, I think it's extremely important that we do that.
I think the culture has to embrace it. at least for our organization, they're very career development focused and provide a lot of training opportunities for everyone in the company in numerous different ways, both inside the company and outside. I also think, to Sahil's point, we all need to be curious.
Yeah.
And we all need to help our teams be curious, because that's going to drive results.
I think that's the key. I agree.
Look, another thing that we do is we have internship programs, and we actually learn from the interns coming in, because they're coming out from university.
Yeah.
And they're asking, and they're being taught these technologies. So when they come in, they actually become disruptive for us at that
So
time.
they catalyze your curiosity. Yeah.
That's really
That's a
interesting.
great point.
And one other thing that we can do is, when we have these core teams, when we're trying to roll out new technologies, adopt new technologies, is it has to be top down and bottom up, that you have all different skill sets and levels within the organization, who then can be the early adopters and then be the evangelists and advocates that really do help stir that excitement and get people to adopt it without fear.
Yeah, one of the things that I look at it's a very small community, right? So I challenged you guys, like last time that I was there, what are we doing about AI? And, we started on the advisory council. And
You did. It was like on this stage.
On the stage, right. I will challenge you again today. The thing, the hackathons that Sandeep talked about. Right now, it's basically some of the leaders who are basically driving this.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we take it a level down? Basically get some hackathon. It doesn't have to, everyone has to come into a certain place. You can do it remotely. I have seen this happen with other companies wherein they do hackathons remotely. Pick a use case internally and try that. That basically provides a collaboration. And not only that, it also provides a view into what others are trying to do.
I had an idea on that, which I'll probably not develop quite enough now, but I'm working with a university to see how we might develop something like that we can push through us, dedicated to our industry, not cross industry. So it's a great conversation. I think we hit on some really key points. So I just noticed we're out of time. It's gone really fast. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you all, and thank you. I mean, you guys really it was so impressive. You just so stepped up and were willing to give and contribute to this. Your fingerprints are all over this conference. So if you had a good time, I can tell you, the folks that saw the general session this morning, for everybody I heard, thought it was fantastic. So thank you.
Well, and thank you, Howard,
Thank you.
for all
Yeah.
you do and you've done for the community over so many years, and bringing us all
Pleasure
together.
working with you.
In the ending, I do want that whiskey bottle wherever it is.
That was fun. Thank you.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2020.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management.
Hey everyone, I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I'm here with 3 of our conference advisors who are instrumental in helping us develop our inaugural multifamily agenda. Most of you probably know Realcomm and IBCon have traditionally focused on tech and innovation in the office, retail, and industrial, few other sectors. But this year we extended to include multifamily. So the first thing that we did, and this is really with the mild prodding by Susan over here, was to assemble an advisory group to help us understand the technology trends, the challenges and opportunities for multifamily, and then create a program addressing them. So I am pleased to be here with, to my immediate right, Susan Jarrock. She's Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer at Elm Communities. And in the center, Jeremy Poteet, he's Executive Vice President and Chief Information Officer at JBG Smith. And over on the far right, Art McCann. Good to have Art back, Senior Vice President, Information and Technology at Bell Partners. So, you know, I was referring to Susan prodding a little bit. So back in December, Susan sent me a note saying, hey, she loves Realcomm, but it would really be more valuable now that she's, in the multifamily sector, if we expanded to include multifamily, not only to bring in multifamily organizations for the program, but also start focusing on some multifamily vendors. And I asked, I said, listen, to do that, I'm going to need some help. I asked if she'd be willing to help develop a program. Well, we got a group of multifamily CIO advisors together, and now Realcomm has multifamily integrated into the agenda, and you'll see a lot of multifamily technologies on the expo floor, in addition to our traditional office, retail, and industrial sectors. So I want to thank you all for your help in helping us kick this off. So what's interesting about this group is that they all have office experience, and and Jeremy, mixed use, multiple sectors, and they are now or have been dealing with the challenges of integrating multifamily into their into their portfolios, or actually migrating from multifamily into office. So maybe just take a minute, starting with Susan, and tell us a little bit about your journey, moving from one of the traditional sectors into multifamily.
Sure. Well, Elm Communities used to be known as Wash REIT, and we were a multi-asset class office, retail, and multifamily company. And in June of 2021, actually about 3 years ago to this day, we said we're selling office, we're selling retail, and we are insourcing the management of our multifamily. And kid you not, when the company had told me, quite some time prior to that announcement what we were going to do, I said, we're going to replace 90% of the technology that we use today. And nobody believed me, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's a very different technology stack.
And we could go real deep into what that felt like, how that looked. Jeremy, for you.
Yeah, sure. Whenever I joined JBG Smith about 5 years ago, the company was about 70-30 office to resi. Resi was kind of just a thing that happened on the side. And even whenever I was interviewing for the job, it wasn't something we talked much about.
Right.
And making the jump from where I previously worked, which was retail, to office, not that big of a jump. But as time went on, as resi and the goals of the company were to actually move to more resi, and we have a path to get to a 50-50 mix from an NOI perspective in the next couple of years as some of our new buildings lease up. Resi has definitely become the focus, not just from a financial standpoint, but also from an operational standpoint. And things started opening up probably about 2 years ago, whenever it became very apparent that that's really the part of the business that the executive team wanted to focus in on a little bit more, which just opened the floodgates in terms of technologies and data platforms, what gets used on property site to actually operate the property. And it opened up a completely different world that I didn't really know I was going to have that job. But I'm fortunate enough to have, to kind of get to wear both hats across both things. Keeps me very busy.
Yeah.
And it allows us to find synergies where, processes from the office commercial side can be adapted over to the residential side. Our office team was very good about standards, organization, governance. The resi group was kind of like, hey, we'll buy this technology, we'll buy that technology, and some, one of them will win.
Different cultures.
Different cultures, a lot of fun, and it was very innovative, but it's hard to actually operate that way at scale.
Yeah, yeah. And then Art, your journey was even a little bit different.
Yeah, so I was at Highwoods Properties for a long time. So we were an office REIT, and then I decided to make the move to Bell Partners. So we've been around for 50 years. We're a private company. We focus on third-party management and investment funds. So we don't do development. On the third-party management side, the big surprising thing for me when I moved from office to residential was, the plethora of different applications that all these owners want to have. We have about 40 owners. So trying to standardize on something is really hard and almost impossible in that space. On our own properties, it's a lot easier. We can control our destiny.
Yeah.
So a lot of what, I've really worked hard to do with Bell is to try to get those standards in place. Like, what is the best solution? Is it Yardi or a best of breed solution, right? Like, try to really go through the requirements and Bell's grown. I mean, we added 20,000 units in the first 2 years I was there. So we grew significantly even while I was there, and we're sort of like, changing the engine in the car while you're moving down the road. So it's been a lot quicker pace than the office world. Certainly things have slowed down right now with interest rates, but it's still a pretty dynamic industry.
So standardizing that, across the technology,
absolutely,
different technologies was your biggest challenge. For Jeremy, what would you say your biggest challenge has been, with the expansion of multifamily?
Learning what all is out there, establishing those vendor relationships, from coming from retail to office, right. I was able to keep many of those same relationships, but creating the new relationships, getting to know the new vendors, getting to understand. Also for me, it was understanding a new process. The data is similar, but it's not exactly the same. Mm-hmm. And the processes are very different. Residential is very transactional in nature versus an office lease, which is going to be 10, 15, even 30 years. So just, I would say, learning the processes, learning the lingo. The lingo is also a little different in terms of metrics that are tracked. And building a support team, a support reporting analytics team mechanism to support that function. The one thing that's great is the unit count never changes, right? You always have the same number of units. Office is all over the place. Right?
Space.
Yeah, you don't have to measure space. The unit stays the same
relabeling
size.
suites.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's right.
So true.
Yep, that's a positive.
That is that's a daunting task. So, and Susan, I mean, you have a unique situation there where you did a complete portfolio transformation.
Yes.
I can't imagine. What was, in a nutshell, what was your biggest challenge?
Oh, I think for so many of us, it was really our first introduction to multifamily. So you're very much like Jeremy, like Art, we had to learn the
learning
business. And that was a very big part of it. I think for me and my team, the cybersecurity aspects were huge for us.
That's right.
We really, as we were spending the time preparing to start bringing the properties under our management, we really had to do a complete overhaul of our cyber program, because you're dealing with so much PII. You're dealing with all the additional applications. You're dealing with so many more avenues that a cyber attack can come through. And I think honestly, the cyber side of it has been really one of the most intense challenges that we've faced.
Yeah.
I would say the business to consumer nature, the direct B2C nature of Resi is very different than any of the other asset types. We're actually impacting how people live their life based off of what we're providing to them in their building, in their unit.
Yeah.
It's much more personal.
It is.
Personal.
Absolutely.
Yep. I was going to ask. So, closing question. I think we'll go. Regarding the technology, so the technology stack is completely different. But I'm always curious about where's the innovation? Where are the pockets of innovation? Maybe if you could each share, 2 or 3 really innovative technologies that you guys have come across that might benefit other folks that are listening in. Maybe Art?
So I'll start with the hope for Yardi to be the single stack, but there is a lot of other, best of breed, be it self-guided tours or everything that's going on in that market. And
And there is a ton of AI, but it's a lot of machine learning, not really AI. Everybody's changing their name and having AI in the title, but there's really just machine learning.
That's how you get money.
That's how you get money, I guess. So, but I would love to see some of those solutions actually use generative AI, and in advance.
I think they will. Eventually, they will.
So sort of non-specific because there's just a
RAG.
lot of noise in that space, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we took an idea to Yardi based off of going back to retail days, using Salesforce and focusing on the customer record first. We took that idea to Yardi. Another company called Funnel had actually already been working on it.
Yeah, I heard about it.
They had basically already done it in Resi, so it made sense for Yardi to move that way. And over the past 2 years, back to Art's point about them becoming a single stack, Yardi has moved their CRM in that direction from a residential standpoint, which I think will be game-changing to those of us that are Yardi clients. I have an idea that Susan's going to say my next favorite thing, so I'm not going to take it away from her.
No, say it.
The other big thing that we adopted 3 years ago was Meet Elise.
Mhm.
Elise AI, that was game-changing for our organization
Yep.
during COVID.
Yes.
I agree. Yep.
Did I take that one away?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh, good.
No, I agree with Jimmy. Elise AI has been a godsend for our leasing ambassadors. I mean, it really makes such a huge difference and gives them a lot of time back that they were originally doing so much follow-up and answering questions from prospects. So that's been huge. I think for us, the one thing that is very, very different from office and retail and industrial is, I mean, you have companies that are leasing with you in those asset classes. I mean, they're well known. They have Dun & Bradstreet. They have everything. The ability to do the reviews of credit and identity. There's
fraud,
so
credit.
much fraud now in the multi. I mean, there are TikTok videos that teach people how to fraudulently submit an application.
$800 and somebody will guarantee that,
Yes.
regardless of what your criminal or credit record is, will guarantee you acceptance.
For sure.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
So we're in the process of implementing a product that helps us with that screening process, not only for people, but for pets. So we also do pet screening as well, because we have different requirements in our communities as to size of pets, breed of pets, all of those kinds of things. It's called Findigs.
I saw that, yeah.
And they are a really impressive company that is using a lot of AI technology. They were actually integrated with Clear. The company Clear, and is able to really identify very quickly before it ever gets to the person that has to review the acceptance or denial of that application. They can identify all the problems along the way. Whereas today, if somebody uploads a picture of their cat when we ask them for their last 2 paychecks, we don't see that until the application gets to us. Then we have to go back to them and say, "Oh, you sent us your cat, not your pay stub." So it does a lot of that verification for us.
Yeah, with the volume of of documents you have to look at. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I know we're out of time, but I've just got to say, I really want to thank you all for all of your help, your efforts, and helping us at least pull together this inaugural event. I don't know if we've attracted much of the multifamily community. We have, at Realcomm tradition, in our traditional sectors, there are a lot of companies like JBG Smith that have over a course of time developed, have ingested multifamily portfolios. But I really would like to, put a stake in the sand to go after some of those pure play multifamily organizations also. So maybe next year we can develop.
We'll start a little earlier next year.
Start a little earlier.
Start a little earlier.
I mean, this was kind of a brainstorm idea.
And thanks for putting it together. I appreciate it.
What's that?
Thanks for putting it together.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you guys. You really helped. So again, glad to be here with these folks, and it's a wrap.
Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, no, that was good.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading steel?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days?
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. Innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize short readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days?
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, act like us, for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, we're aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2021.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso. How many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso. How much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso. What is the net effective rent of the fading steel?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2021.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
All right, back on the Realcomm live stage, Rob Allen with Stromquist & Company with Brian Turner from Buildings IoT. Genuinely one of the smartest people I know. This is a industry filled with smart people. There's a smart person there and there and there. But Brian, every time I talk to you, I'm just blown away by what you know. So really want to dive in to building optimization today and what that means to you. But have you seen anything really cool at the show so far? Or?
You know, there's obviously a lot of great technology at the show. I'm a bit surprised at how many new vendors are here every year. Seems to be more vendors participating in this space. Also a lot of new faces. So it's been good to see.
Good. So let's talk about building optimization. And since we're at Realcomm, let's talk about it from a building owner's perspective. So tell everybody what it is. We have a level set. And then is it important? Is it a buzzword?
It is a buzzword, unfortunately. There's a lot of ways you can optimize building systems, right? So you can make them run more efficiently. You can optimize set points, or you can optimize when they run, how they run, lots of different things. But really, I think if you're trying to talk to a building owner, the last thing you want to do is talk about building optimization. You really want to talk about the outcomes that they're trying to achieve. So They might be trying to achieve outcomes of maximizing the life of their equipment. They might want to minimize the amount of service that they have to do. They might want to avoid emergency calls, or they might want to just lower their energy consumption and decrease costs, maybe avoid expensive rate hikes, right? So it depends on the outcome, and all of those outcomes can be contributed to by optimizing the systems. So I try not to spend too much time on the how,
right,
but instead why we're doing it, what the outcome we're expecting out of it.
right. So it sounds like you could probably do a poor job if you went in and told the customer everything that they should do. You should probably go in and ask questions.
Absolutely. It's all about listening.
Yeah, because it seems like you could go a lot of different places and do a lot of different things, but if that's not what the customer wants, you're probably not going to be successful, and they're not going to be happy.
Right, and a lot of times, if you go in talking about everything that you can do with technology, whether it's your own technology or technology that you acquire from other people, they turn you off, they tune you out, because you're not in their business, right?
Right.
Versus if you go in and you say, hey, is there anything you're wanting to do? Are there any things impacting your business today? And it might be, yeah, we really struggle finding good qualified facility managers for our facilities, and we're struggling to stay on top of our maintenance programs. Well, okay, maybe I can help with that.
Right.
But if I go in talking about optimization, they're like, I don't need that.
Right.
Well, they might need it, but they don't know about that. That's not what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the problems that they actually witness, that they feel, that they're experiencing.
Yeah. Operational efficiency, in my opinion, operational efficiency is overlooked often. Is not something people want to go in and optimize systems and various different things. But what you just talked about, we have a shortage of labor here, or we have tough spots here. You can make a hero really quick.
Right, and that's why I still think that the services provided with the technology is what people are looking for. They're not looking to buy technology that will do something. They're looking to partner with people that can help them improve their business, whether it's, like I said, on the cost side, maybe it's on just the optimization side, but they're not thinking about it that way. They're thinking about, I need my tenants to be comfortable. I need my tenants to be safe. I need my indoor air quality to be good and healthy, right? So they could be thinking about all those things that are good outcomes, but they're not thinking about how. And that's where I think we get stuck a lot of times. We're so focused on how.
Right.
And the customers get lost in the hows.
Right.
They just want to know, what are you going to do for me that's going to have a positive impact on my business?
Right. If you simplify the message, they better understand it. You know what you need to do. You're the pro.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any technology that you're really excited about that's either here now, coming soon, or you just wish that we had it right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you see a lot of AI out here on the floor. And I would say, we're just starting to see the first kind of real solutions that include AI, especially with the LLMs, large language models. And we're, even us, we're starting to see that when we train our own version of AI with all of our data sets from, like, let's say the last 15 years worth of work that we've done with our clients, we can actually get really nice results on modeling data from that training data, which is fantastic. And so we've definitely started down that path, and I'm excited to see what's happening over the next 5 years, because I think we're just scratching the surface of AI. And there's some companies that claim they're much deeper, but I've yet to see real results from that are different than the results we get from, let's say, rules-based work.
Right.
So, but I do think that we're going to see economies of scale hit with the deployment of LLMs and more AI in the next 5 years.
How do you think what's the best place to start? My guess is maybe if you just start pulling in the data and just get a trend, right? Then from there you can start to do things. But if you're a building owner, someone said, I need analytics, or you heard that buzzword, or I want to optimize, and they reach out, where do they start?
So number one, you got to have systems that work. There's nothing worse than going into a building owner, selling them a vision, selling them an outcome, and then getting to their place and finding out that they don't even have operable systems. So that's really where it starts. And yes, you can start collecting data right away, and that can help inform you how well the systems are working. But sometimes they're not working just because they're running 24/7, or the controls are completely bypassed and they're jumpered out and they're just running.
Right.
So you have to learn a little bit how the building's operating, how the engineers on site are actually working with it, what kind of service they're doing on the building. And when you understand that you've got a well working system, then now you can really start to look at how can we improve this.
Right.
And we take a lot of time when we're doing, like on one we just worked with a client. We were able to identify, like, here's a lot of money savings potential for you, but half of your equipment is not going to be able to participate because it's not running properly.
Right.
So the first thing we did was fix that equipment.
Right.
And it could have been a controls problem. It could have been a physical problem. It could have been we need a new piece of equipment, right?
Yep.
So when you do that and you take that approach, it's more consultative. You end up having a much better result for both the owner and for the service provider, because everyone is achieving a common goal.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's also a higher degree of likelihood that you're going to go to the next building with that same solution, and then so on and so forth. So I think the focusing too much on tech and not enough on the outcomes is really where we have failed as an industry. And I think we're starting to see a lot more outcome focused stuff, and a lot more messaging based on what we're actually trying to do rather than how we're going to do it.
Yeah, I love your messaging. I think it's spot on. What I've heard so far, someone wants to optimize their building, reach out to you guys, a master systems integrator, listen. You guys are going to listen to their problems, start to determine what it is. We have to make sure that their equipment works great. Data is great, but if the equipment doesn't work, we're not good.
That's right. And we're going to not just listen, we're going to ask a bunch of other questions. We're going to ask them about things that maybe they haven't thought about yet. And I think when you really try to understand where that customer is and where they are in their journey, it really helps you kind of start with them, meet them where they are. We say that a lot. I know it's overused, but you just meet your clients where they are, instead of trying to get them here when they're only here.
Right.
Because it's a journey. It's a long road, but it's a road that we all know how to travel, and so we just got to make sure we travel it.
Yeah, excellent. Let's shift gears just a little bit. Let's flip over to this other side of the equation. So, someone that maybe wants to start a career in our industry and building optimization, and keep tripping me up. Any thoughts there?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a ton of openings. I think yesterday we heard there was 25,000 job openings in our smart building space.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's and there's a lot of great content out there as well. Everything from podcasts to YouTube videos that are training, to even if you want to go the university route, there's universities with specific programs and controls. There's also a lot of junior colleges out there and technical schools. There's so many ways to get into this industry. It's pretty unbelievable. The biggest problem we have is just getting awareness out there.
Right.
And I think that's something that all of us need to be contributing to.
So at Buildings IoT, what skill set are you guys looking for? Do you need the mechanical techs? Do you need the programmers, software people?
Yeah, we need all of them. So everything from technicians to integrators to software engineers to salespeople to project managers. I mean, a lot of different skill sets fit in this industry, and a lot of them fit with us as well.
Yeah, so neat. I think that we all could do a better job of marketing our industry to be what it truly is. It's a fun, sexy industry, right? There's a lot of sport coats walking around here. There's a lot of there's just something for everybody in our industry, right? You want to sell something, you want to fix something, you want to do something with software.
Yep.
We can do it.
Absolutely. And I think the mission is also critical here, right? So everything we do to reduce the impact of buildings on the environment, everything we do to reduce carbon, the mission here is very strong as well. So for the younger generations that are heavily mission driven, this is a great industry to be in.
Yeah, I love it. Well, with that, that's a wrap. I really appreciate it. One of the smartest guys I know, Brian Turner, Buildings IoT. Look at that, standing ovation. Wow.
Thank you, Rob.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the Fading X deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2020.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Hey, welcome to Realcomm Lab. I'm Tom Shercliffe with Intelligent Buildings, and we're going to be talking about sustainability tech today with Nada Sutik. And Nada, I'm going to ask you to start, if you would. Tell me what your company does, and then your title and role, and that'll segue us in nicely.
Absolutely. So Nada Sutik with Epic Investment Services, and Epic is a third-party property manager, asset manager, investment manager. We also do some fund management. And so we manage primarily in Canada. We have about 22 million square feet of assets across the country, about 13 billion Canadian in assets under management. And when we, and so we're in all asset classes. So we're in office, industrial, multifamily, and retail. I will add on the retail and multifamily, that's primarily an asset management book of business for us. So it's not, our employees that are in the buildings running them. There's usually JV partners on those that are the managing partner. So where a lot of my team spends our time is in the property management portfolio, mostly office and industrial. And so that's about 11 million square feet. And so with my title being Sustainability, Innovation, National Programs, means we're covering a lot.
You're covering a lot.
Yeah, so a small team, and we cover a lot of different topics, and it's really about how do we support the properties, develop the programming, the resources, the tools to actually help to execute and get toward the client's objectives around sustainability, around digital building. Sometimes it's also educating around, hey, here's what those objectives need to be, and really a collaborative approach around how do we kind of continue to improve the asset, and doing that in line with the asset strategy.
So you go from the sustainability strategy all the way through to the day-to-day operation. sounds
Yeah,
like.
yeah. I mean, I'm not the one in the building executing.
Yeah,
thank goodness. There's better people than me to do that. But yeah, it's really trying to see it all through soup to nuts.
How about, I'm seeing this more and more. Your title is multifaceted, and we talked about all the things you do, but I mean, you said sustainability, innovation, and national programs.
Yeah.
Are you seeing some of your peers having these hybrid titles where sustainability is not just a thing of its own, but it is now more integrated into technology and planning and real operations?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit of that, and whether it's one person having that title, I mean, sometimes that's a function of the size of the organization. But I think so some organizations we're definitely seeing them come together. If it's not one person, it's that those teams are working much more collaboratively than I think they maybe had to before. I really view it as like the technology is the tools. There's a whole bunch of things in that toolbox that can help us get to those other objectives around, energy efficiency, around decarbonization, indoor air quality, health and wellness, right? There's a lot of opportunities. I mean, I think if we look around the floor here at Realcomm, IBCon, we'll see that, right?
And it's funny, and so with all of those facets, I asked you this when we were talking earlier. It's a little bit awkward, but what is yours, or even what are you seeing as the influence and the authority of sustainability executives now in these real estate organizations?
Yeah, I think it's changing. I mean, I think, earlier in my career, it was kind of like there was a lot of responsibility, but not very much authority.
Yes.
I think it's really evolved. I find our clients really look to us to be an advisor to them, to really kind of help determine the path, the strategy, et cetera. And therefore, we do have the authority to, kind of help drive the budgets. We're putting in input. Am I the sign off on all those things? I am not. But the work that my team does that contributes is really tremendous. And so for instance, in the budgeting process, we're trying to insert ourselves into the discussions around the capital budget planning. And then we're also kind of looking ahead and going, okay, well, let's kind of go through and look at what's budgeted 2 years out, 3 years out, 5 years out, and really identify where they're going to be significant equipment replacements, and looking for those opportunities where we can insert ourselves.
So that's a driver, equipment replacement. What are some other drivers that you're seeing, but also that you're getting from your organization? Are the drivers coming to you, or are you having to communicate them back the other way?
I think it's both. I think it's, the drivers around, around sustainability and decarbonization specifically, or around the technology, or all of it?
Yeah, all of it, really. I mean, when you think about sustainability, like you said, it's been fighting its way into the conversation. And so there's regulation, there's corporate brand. What are the biggest ones for you guys? And
so I think for us, I mean, part of what we see with the clients that we work with are institutional owners, right? Pension funds, stuff like that. And so for them, there's an obligation that they have in terms of what their pensioners, what their members are looking for and expecting of them. There's commitments that they may have to organizations or to, the principles of responsible investing and so on. So, they, in some cases, they have targets that they've set around net zero or something similar, whether it's 2040 or 2050. So, so those are drivers. And then it's also, I think, recognizing that, tenants are a driver. And so we see today in the market, the Fortune 500 type of tenants, when they're looking for a space, the quality matters, the sustainability matters. Sustainability is now part of quality, right, in terms of what they're looking for in a space. So that drives the revenue side of our business. So if tenants are looking for it, well, everybody cares real quick.
And that actually ties to something we were talking about earlier in describing what is sustainability tech, what is climate tech, what are smart buildings. And you were saying, essentially, if it's pointed in the same direction, you're calling it sustainability tech.
Yeah, and I mean, I try not to get too fussed about the semantics of it, and I find as well with with some of our core real estate people, what they want to know is what's it going to do. So you can call it sustainability tech, you can call it climate tech, you can call it something else, but what they really want to know is how is it going to make my building better? What is it going to do for the building systems? What is that ROI going to be? Are we going to save on op costs? Are we not going to? Are we, which goals are we going to achieve? So I find sometimes it's actually better to leave out the jargon and just talk about what we're talking about.
That's a good point. And since this topic is sustainability tech, you don't talk that way about the technology. You talk about technology that can make you sustainable.
Yeah, and I find that talking about use cases and outcomes is really, for me, that's the best way. It's the way that I want to communicate and I like to communicate, and I find it's just more effective. because otherwise, sometimes the BS meter might go off if you're using too much other jargon.
I think that's right, and you're seeing that in the investment community too, trying to parse between climate tech and sustainability tech and smart buildings and prop tech. And
right.
But I like the way you've done it. If it points you towards your sustainability outcomes, it counts.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a bit of my personality. I'm like a nuts and bolts kind of gal, so it's like let's keep it simple.
That's great. I think that's better in this environment. And then, what about? How does that translate into budgeting? Because some, smart building technology may be part of a core budget, right, or a TI allowance, or even a core. But how do you discuss and deal with budgets?
I'll pick up a little bit on that capital budget conversation. It's kind of inserting ourselves into that capital process and looking for, where is money already going to be spent? How do we help to ensure that that's done, better, more intelligently, leveraging technology, coming to conferences like this to learn about what's available and what's out there so we can bring that back to our portfolio and our clients. So it's inserting ourselves into the process. It's not, every building is different. So there's nothing that it's like, I find it's not as simple as like, hey, we're going to do this everywhere. Every building is a bit of a special snowflake. So we do kind of need to look at them asset by asset, and with different owners, the portfolio strategy, it's kind of their portfolio strategy and we're managing a piece of it, right?
And since those budgets relate, you mentioned even tenants, we said TI or other kind of budgets. Who do you partner with internally and externally? Who are you?
That's a great question.
How would you consider that?
So, internally, I mean, my team has a certain amount of expertise. We partner with our asset management teams and our property management teams to make sure we're understanding what's happening at the asset and what else they're thinking about and they're seeing that we're not seeing in a building condition assessment, an energy audit, a carbon audit. There's all the stuff that we have on paper. And then there's, okay, well, what do you guys actually think? So it's those conversations. Externally, it'll be with the owners as well. And then with the various vendors, contractors, consulting. So that community and that network of external experts, it's also relying on them to, help us to make sure we're developing the right path.
So when you look at the internal ones, I think I get, it sounds like that your title indicates that right away. And the external partners, how do you view them? Do you view them like partners, like you're co-creating, or do you know what you want and you'd like to bid something? How do you view external partners?
That's a great question. I think in the technology space, look, I'm a generalist. I am relying on experts to kind of help us get where we need to go. And I think, to be honest, the way we prefer to work with most of our vendors is really to work as a partner. Like, are there governance process we need to acknowledge and go through and honor? Of course. But I find that when you work with great people and they're doing great work, whether it's their product, their service, whatever it is, when you work as a partner, you both get a lot further ahead. And, you get to build those relationships where, when you have a problem, you want someone you can call and go, hey, I've got this problem.
That's right. That's right.
Can you help me, right? And it's,
not change order every time you call. Right?
Exactly, exactly.
And so finally, maybe one or two things left. What are your outcomes? How are you measuring your sustainability in terms of outcomes?
Yeah, so there's some traditional metrics, right? So energy use, we're really looking at energy use on an intensity basis because our portfolio as a third-party manager changes.
Yeah.
So really that intensity basis is really critical for energy, water, waste, carbon. So I'd say for the kind of environmental sustainability metrics, those are still the core ones. I think where, I don't know if we're going to have metrics specifically around technology. There's metrics, but it's almost a little bit more qualitative. Like, what's the infrastructure that's in this building? What are the systems that it's in this building? So it's kind of more, trying to set a standard and make sure that we can get every asset up to at least sort of there's a baseline and then kind of a better and a best, right?
And then since we started with some questions about influence and authority and budget, do you have any predictions for the role, for your type of a role and sustainability tech in general in terms of its progression?
I think it's becoming more and more critical to the business. I think when I was in sustainability, 15 years ago, it was important and it was starting to engage, but it was a little bit to the side. I feel like it's much less siloed now. It is increasingly, in the day-to-day of the business.
I think that's right, and maybe we'll close on that. I took away from this that your title sort of indicates a lot of things. You have a multifaceted role based on sustainability and a lot of internal, external partners. And I think one of the big takeaways for the title of sustainability tech is if it's pointing you towards sustainability, it counts as
Yep,
sustainability
yep,
tech.
exactly.
That was a lot of fun. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tom. This is great.
We'll do that again soon.
Absolutely.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the...
All right, we're back at Realcomm Live. Good to be back on the stage. First time since the conference started, and couldn't ask for a better guest. Sandeep, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Good. So before we get started, why don't you give the audience just a little bit of your background in case they don't know, and then once we do that, we're going to dive right in.
Sure. So Sandeep Dave, I oversee all things digital and technology for CBRE, and CBRE is the world's largest commercial real estate services investment and brokerage firm. So keeps me busy.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have been working with CBRE for 25 plus years. Goes all the way back to a technology training program we did for brokers in 32 cities. I was, at the time, Gary Beeben was their CEO. I was in more offices that year than Gary was. So I have a long history with CBRE, a great organization, great reputation, first-class organization. So you found a good home. So we talked a little bit in the general session about scalability. I mean, I've been doing this, my career, tech career is probably 35 years. And, there was always a cadence, a speed of innovation, the laggards always stay behind and the early adopters jump. But in my career, I have not seen technology change as fast with as much potential impact. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think we are definitely seeing that. Well, we've always said change is the only constant, but the pace of change has definitely accelerated with the introduction of several new technologies, but especially AI and the pace at which those technologies have been accelerating. I think the appetite for technology, the power of converting data into insight and knowledge, that appetite has also dramatically changed, which is also driving a change in the industry overall.
So before we get into the discussion on scalability, I mean, given the size of the assets that you manage globally, as we talked about earlier, the cultures, the age of the building, the processes, the different understanding of technology, right? How do you deal with all these variables that can absolutely impact how fast a certain technology can be installed and or adopted? I mean,
certainly, Jim, as you said, we manage over 7 billion square feet.
7 billion.
And in that, 7 billion with a B, and in that there is every kind of an asset. And when I say asset, let's call an asset a property or an asset which is maybe equipment within a property. And we have to account for that scale that our clients operate at. And we have to account for being able to ingest data through just a flat file, which may be a 15-year-old mechanism, but we've got to do that. And we've got to ingest data in real time. And so that's what we plan for. We plan for all the edge cases and everywhere in between, which then allows us to service our clients with real solutions that can deliver them value at scale.
And so if you think about it from a cadence standpoint, as I think we both agree, probably both long careers in tech, I've never seen the pace. Okay, so it's going 60 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. The people, human beings, human nature, their ability to adapt to change, maybe going 20 miles an hour. And to get it from 20 to keep up with the 100, the change of technology, requires an insane amount of education and change management and just allowing the old engineer who's been doing the same thing for 25 years to adopt a new idea or a new concept. How, with an organization of that size, do you look to solve the problem of getting people closer to the speed of the change of technology?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. First and foremost, I think it goes back to what are you prioritizing? And in a situation of finite resources, if you prioritize the most critical pain points, then the change management becomes easier. Easier, not easy.
Not easy. Right.
Second, of course, is just doing the hard yards around how do you educate, train, drive adoption, create success metrics. All of that needs to happen. In fact, even in our product development now, We've got early product feedback and product user groups, whether those are brokers or technicians. And then finally, I think this is what I was saying in the general session, is that a lot of the demand for change is coming from the consumer themselves. There was a time when corporate used to drive change, introduce new technology.
Yep.
Now, the latest app that you've downloaded and the latest experience that you have is driving the experience and the expectation for everything that you want to experience in the workplace.
Well, so I have a knowledge of a certain situation of a real estate company who went to their, it was a mall, and they wanted to test new technology versus existing protocols and processes. So in a mall, where is the bathroom? Where is this restaurant, right? So they called the help number of this company and got bounced around, and finally a vice president was answering the question on where's this restaurant, right? And they timed it and they saw how long and hard it was. They took data from this organization's public website, accessible data, downloaded it into an LLM, asked the same question, and got like an instantaneous answer, okay?
Right.
So that's pretty radical, right? So the whole idea of property management and customer service, and think about in a mall, those people used to stand behind a desk. So let's say you tested an idea like that and you said, wow, we got the virtual avatar, we got the LLM for the property management, we can load it on a thumb drive, it doesn't have to be a big LLM. That's gonna change thousands of malls across the world that you may touch. How do you educate all those property managers? Do you just say, this is what it is? Do you get a stadium and bring them into an educational event? That's a complex process.
Yeah, well, first of all, that is such an amazing and interesting use case. And what we are finding through generative AI and large language models is this ability to query unstructured data. Where suddenly all your data in an industry like ours, where there is documentation and paper everywhere, all of that data so far was dormant. And now suddenly there's a potential to bring it to life.
Yes.
And that is a phenomenal opportunity that we are sitting on. Now, of course, to your point that even if you deploy something interesting, how do you drive adoption around it? And adoption has always been a challenge in our industry. I do think that it goes back to the hard yards around, is there a group of individuals who are willing to experiment with you?
Right.
And if they are, then let's create a success story around it.
Yeah, and I honestly think one of the people you may want to get by your side near your office is a psychologist, right? Well, the reason being is there is a science that you could probably study an individual to understand how well they can adapt to change, how fast, because I believe that because technology is changing so fast, it's the human organizational issues that are the most important.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a great idea, it's best for the organization, and there's resistance just because that individual can't change at a certain pace, that's, I think, going to be a major challenge, especially for big companies.
That always has been, Jim. I'll tell you a personal story. Growing up as a software engineer many moons ago, I used to always think that, I am doing the hard job. I'm writing code. I am developing product. The rest of them
Little
are just...
did you know humans would touch that.
Of course, over time and with maturity and less hair, you realize that that the harder problem is driving real change and touching those humans and creating those success stories and creating those flywheels. I wish there was an easy answer.
I don't know if a guy named Jim McCullough is listening. This one's for you, Jim. When I first got into the business, I came out of IT and got in the real estate industry. I became a CIO for a real estate company. And the first thing was, this was, 1990. Okay, I can tell you how long I've been at this. And I sat down and I said, 1990, the first part of the strategy was every broker in the company was getting a laptop. 1990. A guy named Jim McCullough, I'd walk down, and he was just a great broker, very successful. I think he's probably retired in Hawaii for the last 25 years. And he, I'd walk down the hall, he says, "Stay away from me, computer man."
Computer man.
But when my guys were on the stage at the awards banquet, right, I couldn't get the older guys, more serious guys, or experienced guys, So I said, well, I'm going to go to the young guys. And, that year, I think I had 60% of the award winners
Right.
on the stage. He comes up to me, he says, I think it's time for you to teach me how to use a laptop. So, but I had to realize I'm not going to change his mind. I had to go where, it was easier to get people willing to try it. But
Totally.
with an organization the size of CB, I got to believe that the human side of adoption is really the big challenge.
Yeah. And your example from many years ago is so relevant even today that I am in no position to change anybody's mind.
Exactly.
It's the success stories that we'll create in the organization. When one broker group is going to see that another set of producers are far more effective.
Right. But that's a cadence, that's a process that we've all used for 30, 40 years. But with the speed of AI and everything that's coming, do we have to find a new methodology to get those people to adopt faster? I mean, that's my number one question, is this stuff is not slowing down, not moving. Like Alon's slides of the videos, slow train, fast train. I just wonder, and I'm even struggling with keeping up with AI, and I understand tech. The average person working in their cube, it's going to be a hard challenge.
Yeah, and what we have seen is that if you hit a really interesting use case, or the ability to actually bring your data to life. This is where our multi-LLM product that we were talking about, LSAI, that's growing by about 500 to 1,000 users a week.
Wow.
Just because suddenly people are realizing, you know what, I am sitting on these lease documents or contracts or invoices, and I can now query them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's that first meeting where you've prepared your Excel spreadsheets and you're all proud, and then somebody comes in and talks to their LLM and it responds, and everybody goes, "What was that?"
Yes, yes. Now, of course, of course, you have to create traceability. You have to ensure that somebody is checking the output, that it's not making up stuff. You've got to do all that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's going to get to the day where that governance is in place. The rails are up. People understand you got to test. Humans always should verify at the end. But yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, when they see other people using the tools, the FOMO steps in, and that's when you get the knock on.
It's a powerful motivator.
In a lot of respect, things really haven't changed. I mean, humans are humans.
True.
But I do think what has changed is the speed. I mean, I came out of the mini computers, distributed PCs, was there for the internet, mobile. So I've watched how long it took from the inception of the idea to more major adoption. I don't think people are going to have a choice with AI.
Right.
I think it's going to be maybe half the time of mobile, a quarter of the time of the internet. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's going to drive dramatic productivity enhancements. We will do new things with it as well. Exactly what we'll do, we don't know, but there are clear, promising use cases even today that are live.
Well, I'm sure we're way out of time, and I haven't even been looking.
We could keep going.
Oh yeah. Well, we will get together after, and I think after the conference, there's lots of opportunities for us to put different groups together. We're talking with the commissioner from GSA about doing some public-private partnerships. I hope you'll find a time to be involved with some of that stuff, because I do think the smartest people in the room, regardless of what sector, getting together to help usher in this new age, I think it would be helpful. And I really appreciate you finding time for the conference and general session, doing this, and just being here. It means a lot to us.
Yeah, no, this is a great event, and thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Realcomm Live. My name is Chris Barbier, Senior Director with Yardi Systems. I'm joined today by Pete Scal from Affinius Capital. Pete, welcome.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the invite. Been seeing you quite a bit lately, so I was glad to pair up again and come and have a conversation at Realcomm. So
absolutely appreciate you taking the time. So, want to maybe talk a little bit about Affinius Capital and what they're all about. I know it's gone through a lot of change over the years. Maybe you could talk a little bit about your portfolio and how things are going with the company.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most everyone knows that Affinius Capital was really the merger of two brands, right? So USA Realco had a 28 billion or so, AUM platform, and then there was a group in New York called Square Mile Capital. So we brought those two together. New York was about I think a 12 billion, and a lot of opportunistic credit, a lot of opportunistic equity funds, closed-ended, as to where USA Realco was also a development shop, all asset classes basically across the board, and we did a lot of asset management there. So. Bringing those two together, building an individual brand is where Affinius Capital came in. Right. So we launched the new brand a little over a year ago. Great traction, and basically brought me in as head of data. So as you think, right, mergers and acquisitions, right, you're bringing two firms together. And while we're in the same business, we might operate a little bit different. Sure. And so my role is really making sure as we integrate those firms, we're standardizing our platforms, we're getting our data house in order, making sure that the processes across the board match, and then operate as efficient as possible.
I think that's a great transition and kind of like the first question, which is you kind of mentioned the role that you're in as head of data, kind of leading a new data strategy for the organization. Can you talk a little bit more about like how you're structuring that and how that's working for you today?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it, Chris, was not greenfield and not ground up, right? Both firms had existed for a while. Both had their own processes and maybe not a comprehensive data strategy, but data strategy in certain areas, right? Technology platforms in place, your general cores, obviously both Yardi clients. So as I came in, Chris, who's a good friend of mine, our CTO, brought me in to really just kind of focus on, okay, as we build these systems or we place systems and we merge the firms, how do we basically integrate that information? What tools do we not have in place? And then really, how do we standardize our data? And when I say standardize our data, right, the collection, the storage, the sharing. And you might want to hit the buzzword generator, but right here is like the democratization of data, right? Right. So the president of our firm, Ryan Crouch, was really big on we need to create efficiencies as we respond to our investors, to our consultants, and again, just our quarterly reporting and that whole process. Right. So that was really his goal from the outset is build that platform, make it sustainable, get the information in the hands of the folks that need it, and really specifically our global investors group, right? Because now that we're one firm, we want to chase more institutional capital. USA had a great development wing and a fantastic job developing assets from the ground up, operating those. But then now we're shifted a little bit and we want to work more as an investment manager as well. Right. And so that was really kind of the goal of bringing those two firms together and plugging the platforms and getting the data standardized.
So what do you think has been your biggest challenge to date in terms of trying to get that strategy executed?
So biggest challenge to date is probably, I don't want to say the sins of the past, right? But you have two firms that have been, world-known brands working very well, great platforms, great returns. And so there's a little bit of a give and take, right? So if we want to operate this way, how does it impact the development shop? How does it impact the legacy group in San Antonio, our USA portfolio? And then also, how does that impact the group in New York and Square Mile? Because we don't want to do is upset operations, right? At the end of the day, we want to let our portfolio managers and our asset managers do what they do best, and they know their roles. So really just kind of figuring out what's the best model forward with the least impact to those individual groups. I think that's been challenging. We have two separate fund administrators, as again, you're fully aware. So we use SS&C on our San Antonio portfolio. We use a group, Eisner, Epner, Riesig in New York. Both have been great players and willing to come to the table. But again, two separate Yardi systems, two separate Yardi platforms. And so harnessing the power of both of those, where we have one shop with a lot of property level detail and one with mostly investment level. Right. And what's the right balance?
Yep.
So,
well, you mentioned that property detail. You've long been a fully integrated, connected platform on the commercial side with all your operators kind of operating on the platform. How has that helped in your data strategy in terms of just the source data and the level of detail that you're trying to get as part of your longer term data strategy?
So I think the trend in the industry really is right. You want to be able to push, at least from my experience and where I've been, you want to be able to push as much as you can out to your operators, right? So again, and we call it, we use our Yardi, we push our Yardi out.
Right.
So with that already being in place, the partners where we're probably the majority stakeholder, or it's just a general wholly owned asset, that's a pretty standard deal, right? So they're in our tools. We give them the information exactly how they need to operate. We set the data standards, what the specifics are. And again, we use the biggest names, right? CBRE, JLL, Transwestern, Colliers, Cushman Wakefield, they're all there. So, they know the game. They know Yardi's platform, obviously. So that was pretty straightforward. The areas where we might be, like a JV or like a minority player in the investment, and now we have to collect that information directly and figure out how we do that, what we do with it, where it goes, and how we get it there. That's the nugget we're trying to solve for right now.
Sure.
So, and good headwinds there. Again, fairly good data. But I've always talked about this. There's always ways to improve, right?
Right.
The whole can't sign mentality, right? You're never a master of one thing. You're only as good as like the next person, right? So we're trying to build that out and become more efficient and grow the firm at the same time.
And how important is the flexibility of that system and the systems that you're kind of trying to connect together? How's that been, and how's that been working as part of this as well?
So good thing about, again, working with you and the Yardi team is we've built a lot of our own custom processes within Yardi, a lot of custom, automation, if you will, the control and move of data. So that's been great. And what we're looking at now is harnessing a lot of the tools that we've built, but moving those over into a larger, enterprise data warehouse type structure.
Yep.
And so we have a lot of the tools, a lot of the code, a lot of the details in place to do that. So it's accelerated that data warehouse build and some of the adoption for that.
Right.
So I think that's been really what's going to be the biggest game changer for us, is now we have not just our Yardi data inside there that we can look and draw assets from. We've got our other tools, the Chathams, the VTS, the Arguses, pulling data into there and being able to really get a true insights into our portfolio and putting that in the hands of the people who need it at the same time. Again, self-service, empowerment, right?
Yep. You mentioned, I know you and I've talked about this before too, you also use some third-party consultants. Like, what's the right balance in the organization to be successful in terms of how you leverage third parties to kind of help you embark on projects like this?
Yeah.
How much ownership needs to come from the business? How much ownership needs to come from IT? Like, what's that right balance between those three types of stakeholders?
I have a background in consulting as well. Chris did that for several years and worked with a lot of your big name firms on doing that. And I think it's the old tried and true model still works, right? You bring in the consultants who are the experts in the space, right? You do a vetting process, a scorecarding, and you select the right players. Bring them in, have them supplement your staff. Let them focus on the areas where you don't have the staff in-house to do that or the expertise in-house. But at the same time, make sure that you're making that knowledge transfer. And I think one of the biggest things that always gets lost when you're doing a massive, enterprise scale project like that is how important change management is. And without change management, you're going to build a platform, you're going to build new processes, you have your consultants in to do this and help you out with that. But if there's not a transition to your internal staff, and then you don't grow your internal staff to manage that or don't have them properly trained, you'll be doing it again in a year or 2 years because the knowledge walks out the door and the consultants do.
So one of the trends that we're seeing in the industry, and I think you guys are seeing this too, and I think it's a big part of what Square Mile does with your organization, the whole focus on debt, both debt from the investment perspective, debt from the borrower perspective. I know you guys are undergoing an implementation of our debt product right now. What do you hope to achieve from that over time?
So it's interesting. It's working again on a debt platform with you guys, right? Because in a previous life, you remember we kind of pioneered and helped build out that.
You did. Yep.
And what I think that plays to, Chris, is the relationships that still exist within investment real estate, right? Everybody talks about it's a relationship-driven business from a deals perspective. It also is from a software selection and a partner perspective.
Yep.
As opposed to just going out and buying another tool or adding something else to our tech stack, look at your tech stack. What do you have, and who are the experts? And I think when we looked at that, we said, you know what? Yardi handles all of our accounting. Yardi handles our lease administration functions. Right. Instead of bringing something else in and adding another point of integration, adding more expertise that we have to support a new solution, let's see what Yardi has going on, right? So I think what we would like to get out of that as well is everybody knows credit's pretty hot right now. Our credit portfolios are performing really well. We're growing those. We're launching a fund in EU, credit fund, basically with CalSTRS. And having that synergy in the platform and being able to start with a vehicle, greenfield, on that platform, it's going to be a game changer for us because now I'm not trying to put a square peg in a round hole, right?
Yep.
I'm digging the round hole to put the post hole in, and I'll be able to basically use that platform going forward. And one of our portfolio managers in New York, great guy, and I mean, kind of the madman, the mad scientist, if you will, behind the curtain. He's really driving that and pushing us to have those standards, and let's get the right tools in place at the onset.
Right.
Not start those things in Excel, not start those in a system that might do half of it. No, build the right tools and get them in place at the right time. So the efficiencies are going to be gained, the ability to integrate that further down the platform, and then hopefully scale that as we grow our credit platform. That's the goal.
Awesome. Last question. We got through almost an entire 10 minutes without talking about AI, so I guess we might be one of the first here today to do that. What do you think is the elephant in the room for organizations that's not being talked about at this conference, doesn't start with an A and an I, that maybe people should be thinking about that maybe we're not?
It's the best question. I think I've filled it all day, Chris. And I would say, I say this in a lot of proposals. Your data is a reflection of your processes. And if your processes are airtight, guess what? Your data's good. If you're finding your data is a little, invalid, not real accurate, may have some integrity issues, you need to go back and look at your process first. Technology has a part in that, but everybody's putting the data in the technology to a process. So focus there. Look at your processes and grow from there.
Great. Awesome. Really appreciate taking time, Pete.
Thanks for having me.
As always. Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us, for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platforms, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Like security in general, and
yeah. So I'm talking to the camera. I'm talking here.
strategy
Back.
in
Yeah. Okay.
AEC real estate, say technology strategy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's make it happen.
Make it happen. All right. I'm gonna go around and I'll stand down here and we'll get you started.
Well, I'm glad we have to do the powder people. Sometimes they'll be like, "You're
You'll have to keep
shiny."
an eye on the
Kurt,
time.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm always shiny. Deal with that today.
Ready. Hey everyone, we're live here at Realcomm. I'm Joseph from Primaris REIT, and I'm joined by a team from Microsoft today with representation from strategy to modern workplace to security. We have Ajoy, Jamie, and Joey, and we're going to just talk a bit about what I'd like to talk about, I think, is your experiences. You know, I've been here for a few years, in real estate for a few years, and each year I come to the Realcomm event, and I think this is the first time I've seen some presence like this from Microsoft, and I'm so happy that you guys are here because personally in our environment, we use a lot of Microsoft products. Jamie, we've worked together on some projects already at Primaris, which is great. So maybe I'll start off by asking each of you, you've been here, there's been some presentations, there's been lots of discussion, we're a couple evenings in. What's your sentiment? What are you hearing from all the different companies out there or all the different technology leaders out there? Ajoy?
Yeah, so I see obviously, AI is a big topic here this year, right? Years, I think sustainability and other areas have been big topics, but AI is a big topic here. A lot of conversations. If you look at the customers that are here, small organizations to large organizations, and they're all trying to understand how do they adopt AI, how do they go about this journey, the roadmap, the architecture, things like that, right? It's different for the size of companies over here. So I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm around AI, but it's still early. And we have to, as Microsoft, we're trying to also figure out how do we help the industry in bringing solutions forward, bringing adoptions forward, and things like that. So it's definitely a good collaboration, but that is one of the biggest things that I'm seeing from executives, like help us do more.
Great, Jamie.
I would have to actually echo that. I think there's obviously a huge desire. I think there's maybe a mixture amongst employees. Like some people are really interested in this industry and moving forward with AI. And of course, I'm speaking from the productivity standpoint, but also how we incorporate into custom building and actually having a whole ecosystem of working effectively. But while there's a desire, there seems to be challenges with some of the way that the industry works is not being ready for that to all work together, for things to be cohesive or to have some advancement in one area and challenge with the other. So I think being able to work with what you have access to in terms of the departments that are ready and building in that readiness, taking the learning opportunities that you can, focusing on adoption. Adoption and training is the consistent conversation I'm having. So where people are getting started, but there's the hurdle of, do we really know how we're using it effectively? And so I think getting over that, what that means for your employees and then for your industry, and starting to build out some custom opportunities and work with partners to do things like that is where I think the turning point is going to be. So it has to be an investment in understanding what it means for your organization, actually putting it in the hands of employees.
Great point.
The sooner the better.
For us, we've been doing or starting our Copilot implementations.
Yeah.
And I think in general, Copilot, generative AI, we see it as kind of the pinnacle of change management exercises.
Yeah.
And I think, there's going to be a lot of effort on training. Even on the technology side, we're in a learning phase as well. So providing these things to the organization, we're going to need a lot of support from partners like you in order to do that. So I'd like to say, up till now, we've gotten a lot of support, I think, from Microsoft directly in helping us with our deployment.
Yeah.
Joey, what about you? What are you seeing at the conference after these last couple of days?
What's the question? No, I'm kidding. So again, I'm the security person, and coming to a conference like this, I'm seeing a lot of people that want to do AI and cybersecurity, but they don't understand what step one is. They just know they want it. It's kind of like, hey, I saw this cool thing, or I'm hearing this is the trend. I'm hearing it's the future, but like, what do I do first? I've had a lot of people actually grab me, even last night when I was going out and having some drinks. So I'm in my plain street clothes. They're like, hey, I recognize you. You're the security one. And immediately they get into a use case. Like, I have this thing I want to do, and we're doing it this way right now. One example was we're doing assessments for this type of thing. Can AI do this work for me? Like, can AI make us more secure in this specific use case way? And it's kind of high level. And then I'm basically like, well, here's that step you can take, and kind of walking them through that. So I guess my feedback right now is there's a ton of interest in cybersecurity and AI, but it's all like, we don't really know how to take these use case ideas and make it happen. And my suggestion continues to be, come to us, bring us the use cases, talk to us,
Great.
and we can kind of educate wherever you're at in your journey and help you take that first step.
Appreciate that. Maybe I want to dive a little bit deeper on the Copilot for security side. I think there's a lot of interest in this environment as well. We're dabbling in Copilot for security. I think one of the big topics that's important is security on the built environment. And so, looking at tools like Defender for IoT, there's a lot of IoT across, all these built environments. Is Copilot for security integrate into that? What's kind of the roadmap of integrating into the building security side?
Well, again, based on use cases, one thing that, and I spoke yesterday on some of these, one thing that we're trying to do, at least at Microsoft, is build up platforms for security. And we're trying to solve the security problem, which is like the people, process, and technology. One of the technologies you're pointing out there is IoT devices, which is unique because you can't install stuff on them. So you were talking profiling technologies, or the ability from a network perspective to identify and monitor these. So then you alluded to, for those who don't know, Defender for IoT is one of those options. And there's a few different options in the market. Actually, a different vendor out there was talking to me. They have a homegrown tool that does that kind of stuff. So the answer to what does Copilot for security support is anything is possible. We have our native things, Microsoft-wise. We have tons of partnerships with your Cisco's, Darktraces, et cetera. And then we have custom stuff. Now, Defender for IoT is an example of one that is not there directly supported just yet, but it will be supported soon.
Great.
But it does not mean that we can't do it. It's just, like I said, people are, well, what's the first step? Talk to us. We can see if we have something native, something on our GitHub repos, or something that is built with a partner, or something we can do that's custom. But we can pretty much support any type of technology with Copilot for security in those vendors.
One of the important things that I've seen on our journey is the iterative improvements that are happening with the products that we're using. And a lot of those are Microsoft products, especially as it relates to Copilot, as it relates to AI. I understand we're not going to, necessarily come out of the gate with all the features and all of the roadmap deployed at once. And I've seen a lot of iterative deployment, so I can appreciate that you're saying, Microsoft is looking down the road at supporting more and more from a security environment perspective. How about Jamie on the productivity side and the modern workplace side?
Yeah.
I think we heard today, people were very excited. You did a session with an ad hoc session with a bunch of real estate technology leaders. And they got a glimpse at some of the preview features in Copilot. And I think you got to hear a little bit of feedback in there as well. How did that session go? What are your thoughts?
that went great. There's one thing I want to add because I have actually some thoughts to share on that. But there's something I want to share about what you said. I really want to land the integration story with Microsoft. It's something that I feel really proud to say with Microsoft is that we play well with others. I mean, obviously, you have your exceptions along the way for various reasons, but ultimately, there's so many ways for us to integrate with your existing system. So a lot of times I get into conversations with customers, and yeah, they want to talk about a specific use case. They're like, hey, what can this do? Can this do this thing, right?
Yeah.
But the better thing I tell people is, no, I don't need you to understand the way that the solution works exactly and then figure out your question to me. I need you to tell me what you need, or what's your vision? Start envisioning what you want to accomplish, and then work with your account teams to help bridge the gap of going, yes, exactly. These are the tools and the solutions that are going to help you get there.
What problem are you trying to solve?
Exactly. Like be the expert about your organization. Be the expert of what you want to do, and we'll help you get there, right? So leave the solutioning to us, and then obviously you'll become an expert at that point. But so that's one big thing that people just get stalled on, The other thing is what I really learned today from the session that we sat down with is that it doesn't matter what industry you're in, adoption and training is like the key point. That it really simplified it for me. If I could give one big tip to everybody who's listening in terms of adoption, we keep using this term democratizing things.
I love it. It's a great
right?
term. Yeah.
But
Accessibility.
it is just so, I think, applicable here. And when it comes to training, I think one message I've been giving to my customers for a long time now has been that Copilot the training doesn't come just from the top, and that you have to wait for these sessions and that's the only way it's going to work. And no, what really is impactful is get a few key learns about that are going to be successful for specific areas of your organization. And then like a few key examples and use cases, then get them together and start having them collaborate, actually sharing amongst each other and doing hey, this prompt works for me, and doing that type of collaboration.
Crowdsourcing.
Absolutely. And that's from our experience at Microsoft, what we've learned, and we have 200,000 employees. That's from our early access program. This is real research that we've done about what works. And we're doing things like the Copilot Lab and Prompt Buddy, which you're obsessed with right now. It's a free app you can install in Teams to actually help people do prompt sharing and what works for them. It's a new platform, completely free, right in your Teams application. So many things.
Thanks for bringing that up. I think it's great that you guys are creating tools that are helping people adopt these technologies. I think it's a change in mindset in starting to use these tools. And so the more that we can support organizations in changing the mindset, I think that's an important thing. So thank you for those tips. Maybe Joy and Joey, you guys can offer a couple, keyword tips on how everyone here can get started on their journey.
Absolutely. And, think of that journey first. You have to, really understand what's happening in the industry, right? It's an industry where profit margins are razor thin, right? IT budgets are low. CIOs are looking at a gamut of technologies and saying, what do I use? Right? It's confusing sometimes. And, Copilot and AI can be, it's not, just turn it on and it'll work. It's not the answer for everything. You have to actually configure it to make it work. And there's a whole strategy around it. But I think what's critical here, in this industry, I see a lot of executives, a lot of technology executives going off and saying, okay, there's a business need. Let me go purchase this product because it solves this problem. So we and when you're a small organization, that strategy of buying best of breed, it works, right? It's not a bad strategy when you're small. However, it works till it doesn't work. Meaning, once you start growing, suddenly you've got a plethora of software tools, and now you've got this problem of integration and cybersecurity gaps and data integration, and you don't know what to do with it. So you have to really think about that from a standpoint of how do I stay efficient, right? So Microsoft platform, we offer a framework of tools that you can build upon. So there are certain things you don't have to do. I look at it very similar to the days when we were on premise and then we went to the cloud. We stopped, changing hard drives when they were blinking red. In the same way, there are things that you don't have to do. You put it on a framework, and it allows you to integrate faster and build faster and go to market faster. So things like that create efficiency. that you have to think about. And then you put AI on top of that, it starts accelerating that efficiency.
Great, thank you for that. Joey, any last words
Yep.
on strategy to get started?
So final words I'll say is this. Generative AI really got popular in November of 2022, which means that like it's still fairly new. So I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. There needs to be some expectations. One, if you want to get into using artificial intelligence, just expect that you're going to have to learn prompt engineering. I mentioned that my oldest daughter is going to be taking high school classes on prompt engineering. It's a skill set that everybody's going to be learning as you come on. So there'll be a learning curve that you just need to have an understanding. And two, you need to think about changing the way that you run your business in the world of collaboration and the way they collaborate. Like every Friday, I have AI automatically summarize my week for me, like building it into the way that you live. Same for security. This is the way you're doing your practice. Here's the new ways of doing it. If you have those expectations, you'll get a lot out of it. And then also the third one being have expectations that everything is not solved right now, but 6 months from now, the same conversation, I'll have way new capabilities.
Less than 6.
Yeah, less than 6 months. It's rapidly
Great.
happening.
It's so fast.
I'm closing with basically ask the right questions, be, like responsible AI, data sharing hallucinations, like address the concerns up front and have that expectation of the learning curve. You'll get value out of this. And at least if you want to talk to us at Microsoft, hopefully we'll at least have the comfort level that, yeah, if we don't have it now, we're going to have it in the roadmap. We're going to have a platform. We're going to try to work with everybody and make the industry better. And that, we are basically going to address the top concerns and help you from day one to basically address your needs.
Great. Well,
If I could just
go ahead,
one
Jamie.
Huge thing also about just to add value, speaking from Microsoft, certain reasons why I think it's good to interact with us as well in our product stack is that we also have done a lot to be a trusted resource for you and a trusted vendor when it comes to generative AI versus, when you're custom building or using other vendors. We have things like our commitment to, our copyright commitment. So, if you are creating content with our generative AI, we have made a legal, basically a commitment out there to say, hey, if we can prove that you are using our tools ethically and someone is incorrectly, let's say, doing a copyright claim against you, we will assist you in actually fighting that for
We
you.
see that as a differentiator as a company,
Yeah.
and it's not
And our
lost.
ethical
So I
approach
can
as
tell
well.
you it's definitely not lost on the organizations
Yeah.
using your products. We want to keep those things in the ecosystem
Yeah.
because we do trust it.
Yep.
So I guess we'll end here.
Yep.
I think on behalf of Realcomm and the technology leaders here from real estate, thank you for deep insights, really, in the sessions that you guys have been in, and the value that you guys brought to the event, I think is vast and great. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso. How much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FADX deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Hello, everyone. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I'm honored to be here on this Realcomm live stage with our IBCon co-chairs. And I'm here to my immediate right, Eileen Goldfein, Strategy Officer at Hines. And to Eileen's right, Byron Lopez, Director Operational Technology at Kilroy Realty. And to the far right, Neil Ross, Senior Director, CRE Tech and Product Management at Walmart. I mean, first of all, I want to thank you all for all of the time, energy, and effort you guys put in to being co-chairs this year. I don't know if you had a good idea of the amount of input we would be asking when you signed up for the job, but it was, I know it was a lot, and we really appreciate all your efforts. I think for you folks who are listening in, we always kick off the opening session of our general session at the conference, where our CEO, Jim Young, he hosts a discussion with our IBCon and Realcomm chairs, who you heard from. You've heard from our Realcomm chairs a little bit earlier today. We discussed some of the big topics impacting the industry. So let me just ask, how do you guys think it went this morning?
It was good. It was good. I mean, the pace was good. Everything that I've heard from people, you know, they like the topics. They like the fast-paced kind of conversational stuff. And you know, everybody was focused on us. No, all the presentations were great, and I think it really aligned to the themes that we've been talking about over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, Howard, I think it was great conversations. I mean, we all sync very well. I think the synergy amongst all of us has been great, and hopefully the message got across of what we were trying to convey to everyone. So,
well, and I'd say, I mean, we had fun. Like, I think you could honestly say we all had fun, and you know, hopefully the audience and everything saw that. I think, right, we sync, we enjoy each other's company. We clearly have been spending time together, you know, and all that, and hopefully that came across.
I mean, that came across, I mean, in a big way to me. The chemistry, not only just between you three on the Realcomm side, and when we got everybody together, you guys just flowed. It just looked like you were in, you know, just in the groove.
But we were joking around that, like, most of the calls we had with you all, you guys were like, "Can you stop talking? Can you stop talking?"
Yeah, I just thought it went really, really well. We had a good opportunity. I know, and honestly, I do know how it was a lot of work putting that together. People behind the scenes don't have any idea of, you know, what goes into the production of something like that. But the end product, I thought it was brilliant this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Great.
Appreciate it.
It was great. So one of the things that we did this morning, you know, we asked you guys to come up with, you know, short phrases on, you know, general themes, things that are, you know, topics of importance, and also key takeaways, which I think were elemental to the discussions this morning. Maybe let's just go around and talk a little bit about what your key topics were, and then, you know, a little bit about your takeaways, and just kind of rehash it for the Realcomm Live audience who didn't get a chance to see it. You want to start now?
Sure. So, you know, I mean, from the moment that we started talking, I talked about the importance of data and having good quality data and understanding what to do with it. And how to turn data into insights. And my takeaway was, as I got back out on the floor and people stopped to talk to me about the presentation, the topics that we put out there resonated with all of them. They struggle, and I think we're all kind of working toward the same goal. And the struggles are kind of the same. The pinch points and the pain points are the same. So that's what really kind of resonated with me.
Yeah, and I heard that I heard that multiple times today, that what folks heard really reflected, what their challenges were. And I heard it between everybody who was on that stage, that you all were in sync on those major
Even
issues.
in the side presentation. So it was about, how do you leverage data? How do you use technology tools to get access to more insights?
Right. And a big focus on the fundamentals. You cannot get there unless you start here.
Yeah. And I think that's the big takeaway for all of us, right? In order to get to the data point, we have to have the infrastructure, we have to have the technology. And if we're moving that fast, we need to make sure that we get to it now, right? Because if we want to get to the automation and the AI, we need to start the process now, or keep on the process now. Without the infrastructure, you won't get there. And having that technology in place is needed, especially what we've seen here in the expo hall. There's so much infrastructure, technology, systems that are going to feed the data, but we need to start moving on it now.
Yeah, you got to be ready for it.
Well, I'd say, I think what was key about the 6 of us today was all of these tie together. They are pieces of the puzzle that tie together. So there wasn't anything that you looked at from one lens and said, well, that doesn't make sense. They all tied to get to these ultimate outcomes and things like that. And I think that was really important to see that come together in the session today. And I think that in my opinion, what we are doing here, what we're talking about here, is to bring the community together more to solve these challenges, right? And that's really what's important, is recognizing, we talked about this a lot, is come talk to us, come talk to, all of us. And it doesn't matter which angle we are, it doesn't matter which size company, it doesn't matter if you're, occupier or not, come talk to us so that we can all do it together and actually really make the change that needs to happen right now. So I think that was the key.
And it's easier with whiskey if you guys want to talk to us, but don't be afraid to come and chat.
Yeah, come on.
You guys enjoyed that whiskey a little too much.
Where did it go? I was expecting
nobody.
It right
now. No.
I know.
So after the session, Jim brings the bottle of whiskey back behind stage, gets the whole AV team together, and the rest of the Realcomm team pours everybody a shot.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we got some mileage out of that.
No problem.
Yep. So, I was thinking, you guys come from, you all represent, mature organizations with very, strong leadership that's, very much in tune with, enabling, using technology to enable, and very supportive of it. How do we bring in, and how do we help those organizations that may not have the advantage of having, a super strong leadership that's, that's tech focused, or perhaps even the ability to really be able to articulate that business case?
Well, so we talked about that in the panel I was on about, does the size of your organization matter? And I think there's pros and cons of being a big organization. I think there's pros and cons of being a small organization. Like, it is not easier because Times is big to do stuff. It's not. What you have to know is know your organization, go after what your organization actually really needs. Like that's my opinion. I think that's what you're doing with Walmart. And so what does your organization need? And what is going to resonate with your leadership, okay? For us, we started our data journey 10 years ago, and we said, okay, we need to, this is a bunch of people that are very structured, very analytical just by nature, so we need to prove to them that data works, okay? So we did this process, and then we went and took the data, and then back tested things, showed things, and all that, and they went, okay, we are in, so data works. But that's what worked with our organization. Not every organization is like that, so you've got to figure out what it is in your organization. The size doesn't matter, it's just that there's different people in these different organizations, and something matters to them related to this. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. It could be happy tenants paying rent. Guess what? Go after that angle, right? It could be X or it could be Y. And I think that's what you have to do, is what resonates in your organization, and that gets you going.
It's the business appetite, right? Whether that's risk, financial growth, that appetite that your company has, whether you're a small player looking to potentially keep your strategic partnerships in place, or a company looking to double your square footage in the next year. It's all in the appetite that the business has. And there's multiple ways to approach it. You just got to figure out what that strategy is for you and how to skin the cat, basically, right? How do we get there, make sure it's working, and deploy something that will work for you, because it's all different.
Yeah, I think you've got to figure out how your organization perceives business value, right? And you work to that. You work to deliver that value that the organization is expecting out of these objectives and outcomes. And for me, I've assembled a team of subject matter experts to help us get there. But we also bring in external voices. We go out and we talk to peers in the industry about how they're doing things. And we roll that together and we figure out what is the best practice that we can go and deploy with what we've got, and use that as a starting point to establish a baseline for how we're going to operate based on data and insights. And then what's the roadmap for continuing to grow those capabilities? A lot of organizations using technology is new to them. Using data to drive business decisions is new to them. Now they do it on the, in Walmart, you do that on the retail side. You do that based on product data and consumer data and all those things. But how we operate a building, how we deliver services and workplace experiences within that building, using data is new to a lot of organizations, and you've got to get a good mix of voices in the room to be able to define and drive those value propositions.
Well, and I think that goes to what we're talking about holistically, is that no matter which role you're in which organization, it is your job, and I say it a lot, change management, people and all that, but it's your job to show it to them. It's your job to bring them there. It's your job to do that. And that's what makes all of this successful, right? And I think, we joked around at some point in time, and I sent those slides of, so your leader says, I want to go do AI, okay? Well, they're just on a panel just like this with other leaders, and they're like, we're doing AI, and they don't know what that means. It's your job to basically say, this is what this means, this is how we get there, this is what we do, and lead them there. They don't know, and so that's all of our jobs in whatever place we are in the organization.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I was struck by one thing. When Sandeep was talking from CBRE, because I've been thinking a lot about how do you upskill your organization? How do you develop skills both internally? Yes, you can always use external resources, but really the goal is either upskilling or finding those skill sets that you can integrate in your organization. And when I was just really struck about when he talked about doing that hackathon with 500 of his employees across the business units, not necessarily IT or data folks, to uncover new use cases for AI. Not everybody can do that, but to me that's kind of another level. Really,
that's change management. That's bringing people along. That's like, you need to understand, because what I'm going to say about that is that, so if you bring all the people in the room to go do that, they have to say, I want to go do this. Wait, I can't do that because I don't have this, right? So it actually gets to this whole thing about the change management, which is, I think this AI thing is the best thing since sliced bread, but then they realize, it doesn't matter. I can't do that, or I can't get there. And so I think that's just it's all change management. It's helping the education, almost the organization educate themselves in that way. And I think that's a
You've also got to manage expectations, perception of what AI is and isn't. And at the business level, that's not understood a lot of times. So we've held a lot of workshops to inform our business leadership. What can I do with AI today? Well, you don't have enough data to leverage AI, but here's the roadmap to get there.
That's education. That's just education.
So you've got to educate. You've got to inform that perception and correct it in some places, and then find those sweet spots where you can apply technology to data sets that you already have. We used to call these open data projects, and we would, but now you don't have to put 50 people on it. You just put, language models on it.
Yeah. Well, I think we're out of time. We've actually been out of time for a minute or two. But I was just engrossed in the conversation. I first of all, I just want to thank you all for everything that you've done as our IBCon co-chairs. It was phenomenal. You helped us put on, I think, one of the best conferences, definitely one of the best general sessions we've ever had. And just thank you for everything you do for Realcomm and the community.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Jim. Thank the entire Realcomm organization. I mean,
Yeah, get involved though.
This takes a village.
Get involved, right?
It does.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, it's a wrap.
All right. Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize work.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Realcomm Live. I've got Jim Whalen and Cecilia Lee with me, two of our executive committee with the Real Estate Cyber Consortium, better known as REC. Good afternoon. How are you guys feeling?
Hello.
How are you enjoying the conference so far?
It's been wonderful. So many people, so many familiar faces, lots of knowledge sharing, lots of innovations happening. I really enjoy myself.
Yeah, you can't replace the in-person reconnectedness that you do
Right.
when you're here.
Absolutely. So let's tell the audience a little bit about REC, right? We were established in 2017. Jim, you were in that room at the time, right? And we've got, over 50 member organizations right now, about 150 personal members. And I think we manage over $300 billion worth of revenue with our member companies, right? And one of the other things that I really like about REC is the content that we're putting out, the best practice groups that we have. We have the Reckoning podcast, right? Cecilia, talk a little bit about the Reckoning podcast.
Sure. So the Reckoning podcast started as part of our training committee. We really wanted to encourage people and promote awareness because cybersecurity is a real thing. And to do that, we have to do it as a community together. We need to learn together. And so a lot of the content that we'll push out is not just for the technical people, it's for our asset managers, for our executive team. It's really for anybody that's in the build industry.
Absolutely. And your company, Boston Properties, you guys have been involved for quite some time, right? How's the experience been as far as being involved in rec?
Sure, Greg. Yeah, so we're BXP now. But
BXP, right?
slash
Yeah, that's right.
Boston
Rebranded.
Properties.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no, all good. But we started this journey. It was 10 years ago, right? So San Jose, there was a group of people that stayed after Realcomm and said we need to do something as a collective.
Right.
To start this journey, and it was really that was the nugget that started this journey.
Yes.
And I think that the thing for us is that we shouldn't each be reinventing the wheel.
Absolutely.
Like this is a communal, threat challenge that we have to face. It's not competitive. It's not a competitive advantage in any way.
Right.
And what happens to you affects me.
Exactly.
So that's one. So I think for us, it's about continuing to kind of get reference points. The membership, as you know, so is like it's all over the curve in terms of their maturity models. And I think one of the things I appreciate, people have come on board on various parts of that maturity and moved up the curve because of the value of the community and the power of the community.
I mean, I remember when this was first founded and looking at everybody on stage, the founding members, I realized that we needed to do something as an organization. And so
your journey is a case study.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, we realized that we couldn't do we could do this alone for sure, but we're faster and better together. And so all that knowledge sharing allowed us to be on that journey that much faster and mature that much faster.
Right. And Jim, you like to talk about critical mass, right? And that's one of the things that I've been talking to potential members about, is that we're trying to create this critical mass within rec to try to impact the industry, right? Not only our members, but also the industry. We've got a couple initiatives going on, one of which is the OPR, right? The Owner's Project Requirements Document, that we're trying to pass down to the construction industry and promote that collaboration between IT and facilities. And we talked about it yesterday in the Cyber Forum. What did you guys get out of that?
I can't wait for it. I mean, I know we have our specs, but I need to improve them even further. So you think about this, the improvements we need to make in the development construction cycle. As you live in this,
absolutely.
It's like, so how do we do that, Greg, and how do we do that together? So I'm looking forward to having that as a reference point that I can improve what we're already doing.
Right. And you always talk about collaboration, and Cecilia, you do also. And one of the things that we're doing with that OPR is, after it's complete, we have our rec members, a group of our rec members that have been basically hand selected, right? Who are going to get their eyes on it before it goes out to our membership, right? And that's one of the things that we're trying to promote to potential members, is we're not going to put out content that's not relevant to the entire spectrum, right? Everyone's on a different journey, right? So
and we cover IT to OT and everyone in between.
Absolutely.
Right? So,
And to your point on things that are relevant, one of the topics that are so very relevant today is the vendor risk management, as an example. So those are topics that we discuss during our monthly meetings or annual meeting. And so that's the key, right? Talking about things that are happening today that is impacting all of us.
Right. Speaking of which, AI. So what did you guys get out of the whole AI symposium, I like to call it, all right, which was yesterday?
Things are moving very fast, and so we have to catch up. Or actually, we need to ensure that our systems are locked down, because AI is not stopping.
Yeah, so it's managing. To me, it's about, again, we're early innings. It's about managing the boundaries, or the blurred boundaries, and how do you do that securely? How do you do that thoughtfully, Greg, in the journey? And it's going to affect, AI is going to be applied to our facilities.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Not just our enterprises. And so how do we manage that as a community going forward in a secure way? So I'm excited about the new chapter. It's a new chapter that we have as technologists.
Yeah, it's definitely a very exciting moment. I mean, there's so much. I feel like AI kind of sparked innovation this year more so than in the last couple of years. And so with that, cybersecurity is going to play a big part as well.
Right, because now we've got one of our members who is really, really into data governance, right? And that's one of the pieces that you have to connect emerge with AI, right? Because it's garbage in, garbage out, right?
It's foundational.
It's exactly. It's definitely foundational. And these are the messages that we're trying to get out to our membership when you talk about some of the standards that we're trying to push, right?
I mean, I look at just every year, Greg, and the forum, the cyber forum we had yesterday, the content just gets elevated and elevated every year. And we just had a packed agenda that provided context, like Bill Crum being our keynote, former NSA, and just the gravitas that he had bringing with what he's done in his career to case studies that are been like continuous pen testing and OT tabletops that from our practitioners on our leadership board. So the whole, you walk out of the room with context, a sense of urgency. I was at the end, I was kind of saying that I get physically, I get antsy because I'm hearing this messaging. What are we doing? What aren't we doing? What do we need to do more?
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's all about the collective, right? People joining who don't have to create the wheel, right? And people who understand that at the end of the day, there's an entire community that can help me along with my journey. And I know you were about to add a little color to what Jim said.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, so many people walked up to me today and said, you know what, I walked out with so many nuggets that I'm going to go home and I'm going to do it, right?
And I did too. I mean, everyone's on the journey and you're getting takeaways that you bring back.
And the sharing of information. Hey, I heard that this is, that you guys are working on this. What can you tell me? And so is that peer coaching?
Yes. Yeah. And I love, when Bill Crum was on stage, Greg, so he mentioned our communities like ours being force multipliers.
Absolutely.
Being force multipliers. And that is a real thing.
Yeah,
right?
No, it's huge. And we have our rec booth over there, right? Booth 710. And I've had a ton of traffic over there. And people are migrating to the rec because they feel as though, hey, this is somewhere for me to gain knowledge. This is almost like a training ground for me. Like you said, everyone's on a different journey. Everyone's at a different place in their journey. And I think what we're becoming is that organization that you dare not be a part of because there's so much knowledge there.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Cecilia, but like when I tell our board that we help co-found, we are a member of this community,
absolutely,
and we're gaining reference points. I mean, it's an attestation of like our commitment to the community, right? So
absolutely,
and gaining that knowledge.
Yeah, and although it's about our members, it's still about the industry as a whole, right? That ecosystem as a whole, right?
Yeah, and don't forget, cybersecurity, it doesn't discriminate, right? No matter what type of asset class you have, this is something that you ought to look at in your organization.
Absolutely. I had an interesting conversation with one of our members, and I said, hey, at the end of the day, there's organizations on the OT side that should be elevating cyber as a life safety system.
Yeah,
right.
Well, we talked about the impact on physical.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, if you want more information about REC, please come and visit booth 710. We've got myself, some of our other members there. If you see one of our members wearing this pin here, stop them, chat with them, find out what their experience has been with REC. Any closing thoughts?
No, I just join the community.
There you go.
Join the community. Find us on LinkedIn. We have a podcast. It's on Spotify.
Absolutely.
And like you said, if you find us, ask questions. We're here to chat.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you very much, guys. And with
you.
that, that's a wrap.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso.
And we're back. Welcome back. My name is Lisa Woods. I'm with Realcomm, and I am here with Jorge Blanco, who is the Chief Commercial Officer with Altus Group. Hi, Jorge. How are you?
How are you, Lisa?
I'm doing great. So what do you think of the conference so far?
Best of the 3 years that I've been here.
Really?
Really active, great topics, some new players. So that's very dynamic. It's great. It's always good to see.
Good. Well, I know you and I were talking earlier, and you've been with Altus Group for about three and a half years, something like that.
Yep,
and you've been to our conference about 3 times for those 3 years.
Yep.
So you're not new to the conference, but some of our audience may not know that much about you. So let's start with you giving us maybe a little bit of background and what you do at Altus.
Sure. So as Chief Commercial Officer, I essentially look after our technology-led businesses. So there you would probably recognize our Argus business, our valuation management services business, appraisal business up in Canada, and we have a development advisory business in Canada and in Australia that I run. So essentially that is almost the entire company minus our property tax appeal business, which a counterpart runs. So I'm in charge of product, services, solutions, sales, marketing, you name it.
And when you came to Altus, you were not in the commercial real estate industry. You came from somewhere else. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I was a partner at KPMG in the advisory group in the U.S. firm, if you know the Big Four, and there I was running a strategic initiative for the firm that was actually looking to productize their intellectual capital. So if you think about it, there's a lot of work that consulting firms do that is highly repetitive, but in many cases they end up repeating and doing it slightly different for every client that they touch, and they're begun to realize that there's some productization, and my background is in product. So I was a partner in charge of a business called Spectrum that was essentially moving things like lease accounting processes, looking at third-party risk, and all of these things are highly programmatic type of processes, and bring them to clients on a, let's call it an outcome-based, repetitive, as-a-service basis.
Okay. Do you think that your experience and background at KPMG was helpful in coming in and onboarding with Altus?
Yeah, it was massively helpful. So, I mean, better to be lucky than good when it comes to those things, because it was not planned. But essentially, when you look at, especially a company like Altus that has technology and services, so we have real consulting level of services that are combined with our tech, it was very much akin to what I was looking to do, what I was chartered to do at KPMG. Altus actually gave me the gift of, it was more focused, it was in a specific industry, commercial real estate, but I was able to essentially take out the playbook and go, okay, that's what we're going to do, because I had already tried it and had some experience with it. So it was massively helpful to be at the firm.
Well, coming into Altus, did you find anything about the commercial real estate industry that was surprising to you?
I was surprised on how it really stacked relative to technology against some of its peers. So if you compare it, I've spent a lot of time in banking, financial services, manufacturing, and the fact is commercial real estate was pretty far behind. So that took me aback a bit when I looked at it. I knew that it was, but I didn't know how far back it was at that particular point in time. Now, I looked at it from the perspective of how much benefit we actually could bring to our customers. And of course, that's how I landed attending Realcomm immediately, because this was it.
I mean,
Right.
this is really where the technology components that the industry was going to benefit from were gathering. So
Right.
definitely took me aback.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you seeing? What are you hearing from clients? What is your take on the industry? Talk a little bit about about where you think it's going and what's happening now.
You know, there is a recurring theme that I think we've heard every year we're here, and I hear it with clients every day. Data and the quality of data continues to be a massive issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I come from the advanced analytics space, even before KPMG. Everybody wants to talk advanced analytics, but the reality is data is still a massive issue, and you can see it. You can see it as a recurring theme even here this year. That problem has not been solved yet.
Right.
So there is lack of standardization. There are still, lots of, I would say, inconsistencies in the technologies that have been deployed. So it remains an issue. You can't really talk about what you can do with data until
Right.
you actually solve that problem.
Right.
So definitely we see that as a core issue that needs to be resolved for the industry to take the next big leap.
Well, and if data wasn't important on its own already, then you add the AI element and the fact that everything relies, when you're talking about AI relies on the data and the integrity of the data.
100%.
So,
I mean, you can't. I've heard some of the other folks that have been interviewed talk about, the same theme. And the fact is, you can't build a usable large language model if your data is not in a form that is ready to be leveraged, be it in machine learning or generative AI or any of the different components of what is artificial intelligence. So absolutely, it is a key ingredient. At one of my former companies, we used to say that data is where every advanced analytics project goes to die.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be more true vis-a-vis what we're seeing in the industry today.
Right. What do you think from Alta's perspective? What do you think is the biggest challenge that your clients are facing? What are you hearing from them in terms of their strategy for the rest of the year, maybe even going into the first half of 2025? Does anything stand out in terms of what they're asking of Altus? And is there big partnerships that you're working on that that play into that big strategy?
Yeah, our client list really includes some of the, if not the top investment firms in the globe, investors in real estate, both open and closed-ended. What they're telling us is they need to get better and faster at the quality, not just at the making of decisions, but the quality of decisions that they're making,
Mm-hmm.
be it disposition, acquisitions, or even repurposing of property as they go. So they're just telling us, can you go faster? Can you connect the dots better for us and put us in a better position to get in front of an investment committee when we need to, rather than whenever the outcome can actually be assembled? And that is a tremendous opportunity. But to the question that you asked me before, is one that really does go back to, okay, well, let's do a health check on the status of your data, the data that you have, complement it with some of the data that we collect and we bring in, and then we go from there. But it is a tall order what they're asking if they're not committed to go on the journey of really putting everything in place to get to that point where you can make better decisions.
Well, it's good to know too that your real estate clients are looking to you as a partner and to help them solve the problems, and bringing you in early to help you, for you to help them do that, and understanding those issues makes their long-term strategy a lot more successful.
Absolutely.
The propensity for success is much higher when you're working together.
Absolutely. And we do not take the trust that our partners put in the work that we bring. We don't take it lightly. We don't take it for granted. That's something you got to earn every day. And, you know, Altus is most known for the fact that our focus starts with the valuation of an asset. Well, that is the currency of the industry. So we take that very seriously. And even as partners, actually, partners sometimes are even tougher than non-partners. They remind us every day of what they really need from us to make sure that they are making the right decisions, making the right evaluation of their properties, their portfolios, et cetera. And most definitely, we look at every one of them as a partner.
Great. Well, it was great having you. I think we're out of time. And we'll hopefully you will come back and talk to us again.
Hopefully you
but
ask me.
It was great having you. Thank you. And it was good seeing you. Nice to meet you. And enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.